on the bait will be.
Like a ham, You know, Chad, a long time ago, I used to want to box people, but clearly YouTube boxing is falling apart. So I don't wanna preemptively say this because I know it won't happen, but this is real. This is a real suggestion I'm making here, by the way. Um, just the robot. Just the robot. People have known of how much I don't like Just the Robot. But if I saw Just the Robot in real life, I would throw hands. And I am planning on going to VidCon this year, right? But let it be known formally, if it happens in some random world, I want to be the guy to put him on the mat. Okay? I want to put him on the ground. 100%. I want to knock his teeth out. Okay? And that's true. That's real. That's real. You can clip it. Let him know. Okay? This is the real thing. I don't know how we make it happen. But the offer is there. I will fight Jar in a ring. If someone makes it happen, I'll do it. 100%. Why is Jar relevant now? What did he do? Who's Jar? That's Just the Robot. He's like art commentary. He's like adjacent to the community we're talking about tonight. And he was dogging on my homies, man. It's like I'm working on a podcast channel. I have 5 videos lined up. Anyway, I think who do you think I should get on the show? Doesn't have to be anyone big. Have you considered the Op Block? They're a great group of people, and they seem like they'd be perfect way to come back. I do plan on making a comeback, but on my own terms, and without relying on anyone else. I don't believe a channel with around 1,000 subscribers would meaningfully... Okay, first of all, bitch, it was for your podcast, which has nobody viewing it, okay? This alt account, this isn't Xylee. This is some random person pretending to be Xylee. Okay? But, you know, listen, I'll have anyone on my podcast as long as they're important. Sorry, buddy. Jar, you fell off. You fell off. You know, JFA, if it was anyone else but you, I might believe that, but it's you, so I don't believe that at all. So I don't think that Kristen Ark fell off. I mean, fell down the stairs. I mean, you know, he didn't fall off either, but... I am drinking out of the 2-man cup today, actually. Look, guys. Look at that. I'm drinking out of the 2-man cup.
Diesel would lose a fight with Jar and Gel.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous. You're trying to one guy me right there. That's a one guy behavior. Yeah, we made it a little bit without 2-man. Cat. But yeah, you know, I had some choice words for Jar. All right. I was like, I don't think you're in a position to bring up some numbers in a discussion when your claim to infamy is running defense for deranged loon, freak maxing in DMs, and reposting the same shit video about cartoons while min-maxing sleep aids and stimulants. Which is true. But yeah, man, fucking 100%. 100%. Listen, I have 173K on my main channel. You're literally not going to get a bigger channel that would want to throw hands with you. I'm not the big man on campus you, but you're like literally a nobody. Okay, so I'm sorry, but you need to start beefing up, Diesel. Jar's got that stim strength. Are you and Jar ever gonna repair the friendship? It's always sad to see a friendship end over a meager disagreement. I hate him. I hate Jar so fucking much. I cannot stand him, chat. I literally, he's like on. I have a very small shit list, and I don't like when I leave here. I don't complain about many people, right? I think it's really cringe. I think it's really childish. Most of the people I've like either had falling outs with or I'm not homies with, I just don't talk about. But there's a very small list, and I could name them all, but I don't want some of them to hear me give them the recognition of naming them. But Jar is one of them. All right, we'll get to today's topic, but let's let Falgi speak and defend himself.
Hello, everybody. I am here to defend myself. Jar, if you're watching this, can you stop asking other creators why you need to be afraid of me? I already know you keep doing it. It's weird because you've talked to every commentary.
Well, it's funny is that he knows who you are, but he's little guying you. Okay? That's the best part. You know what he'll do? He'll name Cat by name. He'll name Cat by name. He would have been like, Cat lives at fucking blankety blank Arroyo Lane, New Mexico, if he could have fucking done it. But mention me, no. Mention Falgi, no. Every fucking time.
You know what? I think it was too close to home when I found an article about the Job Corps in North Texas that he most likely went to having years of drug abuse problems. And for those who don't know, Jar loves his cocaine, loves his stimulants, loves mushrooms. Allegedly, he's clean. But one of the things Jar doesn't tell you is that the reason he needs the sleepy time calls is because he's such an amphetamine addict. He takes Adderall at night like a dumb fuck because, fun facts, if his doctor found out that he did that publicly, they could probably no longer prescribe him medicine.
Well, and he's publicly talked about the stimulant abuse too, which is the best part.
So what you're saying is you're feeding your drug habit. No, listen. I worked with a lot of recovering addicts. I know recovering addicts. God bless them. They're some of my favorite people on the world. But Jar, I hate to tell you this. You can't really be snorting amphetamines off of President Dreadlock's cock every night and thinking you're gonna fall asleep. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, and if you want to prove that you don't fuck Dreadlock, you can't, because I know his cock's in your ass, but that, it's okay. He's such a beautiful man. I love Jar so much.
I fucking hate him, Falgi. I fucking hate him.
Listen.
I know that if I do a video on him, his response is that it's going to be like a hatchet job, but I'm going to be getting Beckett to help me with the research on it. So it's like 100% kosher. All right. So
listen, all I'm going to say is, Jar, if you want to send me your shoe size, I'll send you, little cement foot pieces back. I promise.
I don't know if they do fucking disabled bum fights, but I'll gladly take a test to be diagnosed as autistic if it gets me to ring with you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Listen. You don't understand. He's gonna need to take a shit and then he'll just disappear from the fight altogether mid-fight. That's his secret technique, is shitting.
He'd never do it. He's such a chicken shit. That's why.
We all know. Yeah, he says that he's running away from me.
Who do you hate more, Jar or Scarlet? I killed Scarlet, so
Scarlet's dead.
Yeah, Scarlet's dead, so I won.
Here's the thing. I will give Scarlet this that Jar will never do. Jar won't show up. Jar doesn't show up because I know for a fact, and this is the actual truth, and I will tell you this right now. I'm revealing something. I'm revealing private information that I know. Jar looks at everyone's friends list. If he sees that you are friends with Diesel and or Beckett, he will not speak with you because he's afraid. Because he knows. Because I know someone that spoke with him And they had to explain, oh, I don't really talk to Beckett except like one time. That's literally the only way that you can talk to him is if you are not friends or the people that know the most about him are not in your spaces. That also, for anyone who, and listen, I understand the feelings against Lio, that also includes Lio. If he's around your community and you're on neutral terms with him, he'll never show up because Jar is afraid, he is hurt, but more importantly, he cannot debate. Because, and here's the interesting thing, he's fucking stupid.
Oh my god.
Oh, bud. Well, I will let you stream.
Yes.
Obviously,
I
have fun
I
with
might
this
call you
mess.
back later, but yes.
Do you want me to sit in the call muted?
Well, like I don't. Are you doing something?
No, I will. No, I'm free.
Go back into the VC with everybody. Enjoy yourself. I'll ping you if I need you. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, if I leave and you ping me immediately.
I'm not gonna be like Fauci. I need you this instant. It'll be with reasonable levels of time. But people are coming into the chat, so we might as well stop dogging on Jar now.
All right, I'll talk to you later, bud.
Later. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I needed to. I don't like him. I don't like him. I hate him, chat. I hate him. There are very few. It's a small list. It's a very small list. Okay? And the thing is I'll always say it with my chest where people can hear it, right? So I'm not going to do that next post shit where I'm doing it in like the comfort of a group chat, right? I'm going to say it on camera, all right? I hate you. I hate you so much. When I go to the gym, you're one of the people that I think about as an enemy, okay? Oh my god, just a robot man living in a tiny camp. Well, he's gonna be. There's a parallel universe out there where Diesel takes the place of Jar's gay roommate.
The fact him not on that list is wild. Gooner.
There's no reason for you to be on the list. Diesel has a lot of sexual tension with Jar for real. Listen, I know the enemies to lovers, okay? I know what happens, all right? We fight, you know what happens after that, Jar, okay? I'm just saying, take it enema. All right, guys. Okay, I'm done. Let's talk about the guy that we're actually fucking talking about tonight, okay? Let's get to it. We're going to be talking about Saber Spark, right? So there was this tweet, and we'll read through the Twitter before we get to the video, right? Because this video is presupposed by this, right? And there's a lot of layers to it, and the situation is needlessly complex. But we'll get there, right? So some of you came into chat and said things like, "Oh, Saber Spark is like a pedophile rapist." Right, so play the yada yada rape review clip, right? But yeah, so we'll just read it. Trigger warning: rape. 0 days since Diesel Bull post on stream. It's not a fetish of mine. It's just part of the bit. He says, making it sound like it is his fetish. Whatever. Fucking, we're gonna read the thing now. This will be in a video expose by I Love Kim Possible a Lot, releasing today. I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school, when I found his essay video titled Ballad of the Brony back in 2011. After graduating and turning 18, I added him on Skype to tell him I was a big fan of his. Woof. Okay. He added me back almost instantly, and we had a conversation, ending with him giving me his phone number, which was a really big deal to me at the time, since it was the first time interacting with any sort of celebrity. I had developed a parasocial crush on him, being starstruck. Listen, Chad, if I hit one of you and quit it, just realize that, you know, you kind of knew what you were signing up for, you know? Like, I don't know what to tell you. I had developed a parasocial crush on him due to being starstruck, which was something that he was aware of. We would talk on Skype and text each other semi-frequently leading up to the first time meeting him. In 2011, I went to my first pony convention. This is the first time ever traveling by myself. Okay, so I was a brony back in 2011 after graduating and turning 8. So you were like 18, 19, somewhere around there. When shall we expect the jar freakery? I do want it for June. I just haven't been able to pencil in a call with Beckett to do the video. I did start writing the Brian Mullins video. I had like a really good writing session today, which has been rare to find for me recently. So Brian Mullins will be next. And then at some point, Rose Malay. I'm just gathering a list of people I want to do videos on. When I was traveling to meet him in person, he invited me to his hotel room and he showed me the video he was editing on his laptop. Okay, listen, not to be that guy, I already know that this is going to a Saber Spark fuck the fan conversation. But also, I gotta be frank, there's nothing less sexy than the stuff Saber Spark does. Respectfully. So you saw Rose's hit piece video on lyrics. Yeah, and I'm totally expecting one on me when I do my video. But I'm already gonna pre-buffet that by saying that that is exactly what Rose is gonna do. Rose does that to everybody she interacts with, which is why I purposefully don't interact with Rose Malay. Showing me the video he was editing on his laptop, causing me to internally geek out. I was really nervous, and I was min-maxing my Steven Universe. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was a huge fan of and had a crush on him, but I was trying to play it cool. He was 4 to 5 years older than me, guys. Saberspark was 4 to 5 years older than this adult. Could you believe that? That's basically a minor, 5 years younger than you and an adult. Would you interview them like you did with Scarlett if they reached out? Rose, no. Mainly because everything that she says is a lie already. So, but Brian Mullins, I desperately want to talk to Brian Mullins because there's some specific stuff about his life that I find very interesting. Making me feel more nervous and out of place. He would bring up the prospects of the two of us dating and how it didn't feel right for us to do so. All right, well, if he did say, oh, this doesn't feel right, we shouldn't date, then he definitely shouldn't have said that, but whatever. After that, he almost immediately initiated making out with me and guiding me to his bed. In this moment, he did not directly ask for consent. Okay, so listen, let's talk about consent, chat. Let's talk about how people start fucking, okay? So, I've made fun of the consent tea video before because it implies that consent is like, okay, chat, let's imagine that I'm propositioning you for sex, right? Chat, would you like to have intercourse with me right now? I'm... and then you say, yes, and then we initiate sex, right? And it's like, really... like I say like a certain set of words that instantly initiate sex mode, right? It's very like binary that people talk about it, right? But let's say you're a sex haver. I'm sure we have sex havers in chat. When your partner or the person that you've hooked up with, right, is initiating the foreplay that leads into you having sex, it's not like an immediate like discussion, right? Maybe you guys discuss whether or not you're clean or not, if it's like a hookup, right? Like the what you do is a little different depending on the situation, right? But generally, if you're interested in someone and they're interested in you and you're both in a relationship maybe, right? Or there's something there, you can give body language cues and visual cues, right? Like I lean in, kiss you, or you lean in and kiss me, and we go where we're feeling, right? No words are exchanged, but we've both agreed to have sex, and then we go from kissing and making out from the foreplay to, fucking, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to do next, to having sex, right? And not a single line of dialogue was exchanged that said, it's time to have sex. Do you agree to this sex? Right? It's not like signing a terms of service, right? It's not like signing a terms and agreement. If we're both cool, right? And we're having we both chopping it up, and then that happens, we're communicating that with a lot more than just our words, right? We're using our bodies to communicate that as well, right? But a lot of younger people or people who don't have social skills think that the only way that sex is initiated is with the, would you like to have sex? Yeah, let's have sex. Which maybe that's cool. I don't mind. I've had experiences like that too, right? But it doesn't always have to be that, right? Now, of course, if you or your partner feel uncomfortable, put them away and be like, listen, I don't really want to have sex right now. It's like, I like you. I don't want to do that. Right. And then that's when you speak, and that's when you use your words, right? It's about being a good communicator, right? It's why I've talked about it on stream before, where a good communicating relationship definitely exists. Well, they kind of go part and parcel, right? So I don't know if one comes before the other, or if I'd say one becomes before the other, but you can tell a lot about how good or bad your relationship is based on how you communicate in sex, right? So if you're not able to communicate to your partner that you have a specific fetish that you want to get in on, and you want to participate in that in your sex life, and you don't communicate that with your partner, I'd be a betting man and say there's probably other things you aren't talking about with your partner. Like maybe you guys have differing views on living together or kids or marriage, right? And you're not talking about those things because you don't talk about this thing. So I can hazard an educated guess based on what you do and don't talk about in the bedroom, right? That's what I'm getting at there, right? No gooning in chatter VC. Anyway, I know that I was kind of thirst maxing to you, chat, there, but I hope that explanation and that discussion help provide some nuance onto how consent works. I'm not a teacher in these things. If you really need somebody to spell it out for you, go to a therapist or a doctor, or maybe ask the person that you're with what they would like. It all depends on the relationship. Anyway, wow, that is a great time to become a member. You're going to get plenty of great educational tips like that. Can you explain it in D&D terms, Diesel? Okay, so consent is a lot like combat in D&D, okay? We all know that the dice have to be rolled. So we know what happens. So you ask the no, this analogy is stupid. This analogy is stupid. No, explain it in terms of MGS, brother. Listen, I just want to read this stupid idiot's fucking post. I felt let's see. So they were making out. He did not directly ask me for consent. I was thrown onto his bed, and he would insert himself into me. Saber Spark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 80 something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. I felt extremely nervous and uncomfortable because I had never experienced having any sort of sexual intimacy with someone I was not dating before, much less someone I just met. I was very new to meeting people online in general. At that moment, I laid there disassociating as it felt very wrong while trying to rationalize it in my head to convince myself if it was consent is like homebrew. You can't just show up with the okay, don't do the T thing. Laid there disassociated as it felt very wrong trying to rationalize in my head to convince myself it was a safe and normal encounter. He rushed off to clean and finish himself and came back to the bed and offered me a handshake saying, "Friends?" Okay, some kind of sexual encounter definitely happened because there's no way the cartoon review guy didn't do that. Okay. This would cause me for the rest of the event to feel like I was taken advantage of and ashamed of myself for not trying to stop the interaction. Though I tried pretending it was fine, everyone around me, fine to everyone around me. I was and still am demisexual. Okay. So I have a story, and I'm certain that this isn't all people. I knew a guy who was demisexual. And I'm just saying that he was serendipitously always emotionally attracted to the people he had one night stands with, and would frequently directly contradict the statements that he puts. Like, obviously sex is whatever you want to blah 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 identify as, right? I'm just saying is that he would do that quite frequently, and it was one of those things where it was like, man, you keep saying that. It's kind of like you're doing that while also like leading people on. You know, you're kind of giving them like a false. I'm just, either like maybe you're just like, bye, dude. I'm sure there's demisexual people out there who are not that way. I'm just saying that my experiences with people like that is that they're all demisexual right up until a 7 out of 10 shows up and says hi to them. And being put into the position was not something I wanted. I maintained a friendship until a second occurrence happened at a completely different PonyCon. I immediately felt gross after having this sex with this person. I continued being friends with them and talking to them regularly. This time we met in a public space, but no one around, and talked for a while. He kept bringing up the prospects of us starting a relationship, but how it felt wrong. He would grab my hand, saying how it felt so right, only to push my hand away, saying, but it's so wrong. Already need to make a correction. The 2 instances happened in 2012. These are mistakes after the accuser looked back. So they were wrong in their initial posts. Okay, well, that's just great. Is this a TV drama? Yeah. Totally not mixed signals. Yeah. I will get there, but just know that right now this Brony account is accusing Saber Spark of rape, CJ. And also there's a mistake in their posts about the dates, so the dates are wrong. I decided that my crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt like my emotions were being toyed with. He probably, well, it does kind of sound like he was toying with your emotions. I'm not even going to lie. He then suggested going to a more public space around others, and we went to an elevator to go to the lobby to the PonyCon hotel. As soon as the door closed, Saber Spark forcefully shoved me against the wall and shoved his tongue down my throat. It scared me and actually hurt, triggering another attack of disassociation. therapy speak has definitely eroded our ability to eloquently discuss matters of serious events. Okay? I don't want to read another post from someone that says I disassociated, they were gaslighting, this is a manipulation tactic, blah 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 blah, and all that stuff, right? I kind of read those things a lot. So I'm laughing at you, person who may or may not come across this. I have been told that they might. It makes you sound like a fucking idiot when you use therapy speak to discuss everything. Okay? Once again, he did not ask for consent when throwing me into this situation. Once the doors opened and people were present, this led me to feel very embarrassed. He got off me and took my hand and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we just were and into a men's restroom, where he pulled his pants down and guided my hand and head to perform oral sex on him. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with sexual assault. Okay. I was afraid of denying him because of blah, 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 so I didn't get over it without wanting to cause a problem, where he would ejaculate on my face, apologize profusely, and then offer the same hand... Okay, listen. And then offer the same handshake as he did at the... I'm picturing like the mind, like the SpongeBob normal handshake where he's like, friends. Despite pretending I was fine, I slowly began pulling away from Saber Spark. I cried that night while staying with a friend, but waited for the friend to fall asleep so no one could hear me. And I would cry for months, feeling ashamed for myself, putting myself in a compromising situation with someone I hardly knew. Listen, guys, okay, listen. All right. I know we're all just sitting here going, oh, this story sounds fake as shit. We've heard stories like this a million times, right? And to my credit, right, there's a lot of women in this chat. I know there's a lot. I've seen the audience demographics. Some of you are moms. That's crazy. But it's just like... I'm looking at this and I'm just like, there's a lot of it that stands out to me, right? Like, obviously the whole, I was a fan of him. I was just enamored with him. I had a huge crush on him. I fucked him. Okay, I felt like I didn't consent to this, right? A lot of it feels like that post hoc, I had a one night stand and now I feel bad about it. And actually I kind of feel like I didn't want to do that. Why did I do that?
The Brian Mullins cannibalism/rape fic was written better.
You know, I haven't read it yet, but it's on my list of things to read. Why do a lot of young adults these days infantilize themselves? This is a huge problem with Arrested Development. I think we're seeing a lot of, I don't know, this person is definitely old enough to know better now, right? Because if they were 18, 19 when this happened, they're like in their, what, late 20s, early 30s now? Right? And it's like, what happened? I feel like part of it's the pandemic. I don't want to blame the pandemic on everything, but I think a lot of that made people a little bit more crazy. And then a lot of people were really babied. Gen Z and millennials, they didn't go outside as much. You know, maybe millennials a little bit, but Gen Z not at all. They were raised indoors in safe spaces, not like a verbal safe space where you can't say a slur. I mean like a physical safe space. Like instead of parks, you're in like a playpen in like a Chuck E. Cheese or something. But yeah, millennials are way more sociable than Gen Z. It depends. I've seen both experiences. But yes, some of this does sound a little fucking weird. Like the whole shaking the hands thing is really funny, and I 100% believe that happened. But the way that this individual talks about Saberspark makes me think that they were like, they were like, oh my god, I'm in a room with Saberspark. And then also, if you're 18, 19, you know exactly what happens if you're like asked to hang out with somebody and they bring you up to a hotel. Like, come on. Are you kidding me? When I would go to the hotel with my ex, we knew exactly why we were at that hotel. And we would pretend that we weren't at the hotel for that, right? You know, like they'd come up, see the family, all that stuff. But like, that wasn't, we weren't watching no Netflix at night, okay? Like, yeah, but it's just like, when I met up with him in person, when I met up with him in person, he invited me to his hotel room. Was like, what do you, why do you think he invited you to the hotel room? Like, come on. If a woman invited me to a hotel room, I'd be like, oh. I wouldn't be like, oh, are you going to show me the new video you're working on? I know what's going on. Like, I'm not stupid. Really got you some stuff to illuminate the conversations if you need it. But I can't just hand it over. Okay, all right, fine. Oh, I guess me and Falgi, are we just tag teaming this today? Is that what's happening? I haven't even gotten to the video, and that video is 2 hours long, so I don't want to have you here, and then you also have to react to the video again. We'll wait until after the video. Terrible phrasing. Yeah, we're tag teaming this. This person wishes to remain anonymous, but they can be reached for questions at the blah blah blah. This story, as well as more, will be included in the previously mentioned video expose. Let's see. I have always I'm not reading that, Mr. Gamer. I always felt taken advantage of by him and tried being friendly and pretending it was nothing wrong because it was all I knew how to do. I would blame myself for these interactions for years, only opening up to a few close people, questioning if consent was implied because of my crush and unwillingness and fear to outright try and stop the advances because of how uncomfortable I felt. I understand that there's a possibility that he felt consent was implied because he knew I had a crush on him. However, he once asked me for consent directly and was instead thrown into these sexual encounters very suddenly. There were no discussions about the okay. All right. There were no discussions about the power dynamic between us as a popular content creator and a fan at any time. Guys, a power dynamic. Power dynamic discussions are really funny. Because, like, brother. Oh my god. You know, the thing is that I know tons of rappers and rock stars and celebrities be fucking fans all the time. But the second a YouTuber does it, we gotta have the power dynamic discussion, all right? Ain't nobody got a problem with fucking dingleberry rapper, okay, fucking his fans. But the second it's the guy who makes video essays online. Oh my god. Over time, I grew increasingly distant and would eventually end contact completely. I don't feel safe enough to fully come forward because I don't want his fans and friends or even him to harass me or contact me publicly. I wish to stay anonymous so I can avoid the anxiety and stress of being targeted by him, himself, his friends.
Word of the wise, there is no shame in being a groupie. Oldest hobby known to man.
As Saberspark has over 2 million subscribers and even sharing my story at all has me feeling really afraid. I have seen other instances of Saberspark using his enormous platform to confront people online he has had conflicts with and heard. I've also witnessed several instances of his friends attempting to justify him and his others' actions. I was not made aware of his jokes about consent and his recent behavior involving Chris until only recently, and it left my stomach in knots. I please ask, above all else, for privacy to be respected. I do not wish to publicly defend my personal experience. I just want to share my experience. All right, guys. Now, okay, looking at this critically, like, let's think about this, right? I know we've been sitting here and we're joking about it. And also, that last paragraph, this entire last slide of this, that's a literary device. This is called foreshadowing. It'll help us later, yada, yada, H-bomber guy thing. But this is very telling, I think. Now, aside from that, let's actually talk about this, like, legitimately. What are some problems with this I was raped story, right? I know this sounds like absolutely ridiculous, but this is actual genuine, like, I'm being serious now. Like, there is an actual possibility that this happened, right? Possible. Here's some things that are wrong with it. 1, no messages are included in this. You had text messages and Skype messages with Saberspark, and you've provided 0% of those for us to understand what your relationship was like. I'd be Caesar's groupie, pre-stabbing. Are we actually reviewing the rape? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Nicholas the Oreo has been doing the Hassan stuff. It's time, okay? Okay, chat? All right, I gotta do it while he's not doing it. She can no longer recover Skype messages because Skype got fully shut down. Well, I will also say this. She didn't do this on a whim. Okay? There we go. Is this... You know, I hadn't watched the URR intro in so long. I didn't realize it was this over the top. Oh my god, dude. Diesel's intro to URR stolen what? Well, okay, I need like a different URR, okay? I need my own version of it. Gooner review is kind of fucking insane, but I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, hold on. Let me read a thing that I won't do that to. Okay. Okay, I can't read that right now. It's like 2 paragraphs. There was this whole Saberspark is friends with the guy who like diddled people, but if this isn't that, then I'm coming in blind. It's more complicated than that, right? Okay. Anyway, point being here is that one of the huge issues with this is that 1, there are dates that are incorrect, and they admitted to those dates being incorrect. 2, they did not provide any evidence, and I understand that Skype messages are gone now, but they did not do this willy-nilly. They had time, from my knowledge, like over a month that they put this together or something like that, right? So they had time to get those things before Skype shut down. On top of that, there is the text messages as well, right? So, Diesel, I have a very important question. Do you want to be a cameo in my autism project? And do you want to be a survivor or an infected horror abomination? I'll be an abomination, I guess. You know, I'm sure everybody would be like, survivor, but I'll be crazy. Quite also said Skype messages can be recovered in some circumstances. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can pull up like logs via like email and tons of different other ways. Yeah, here we go. Here's the response tweet. I will say I did accidentally misspeak on the detail. The second incident was actually in 2012. as well, not 2013. I misremembered it being early 2013. Instead, end of year 2012. 6 can show the proof that he was here. Brohoof Equestria LA. I'm very curious, so I'm going to click on that video. Apparently he shows up at 6 minutes. Oh boy. All right. Dude, they don't make this kind of nerd anymore. It's crazy that it could, like, the Whovian brony character human doesn't exist anymore. It's very strange.
Grab the middle. Okay. There we go. Woo. Come on, man. Right there. Oh, yes.
Jesus.
Want to give me one?
Oh boy. Okay, we're never finding Saber Spark in this, I ain't gonna lie. Oh boy.
Hey man, what's up? Wait.
Saber Spark is like this fat guy with brown hair. He kind of has like a bowl cut.
Brony Reacts, Season 3 Professionals. Come on, give me one.
Was that Saber Spark? I can't tell. All these people look the same. I'm so sorry. Oh shit. Okay. Well, they got the date wrong, right? But there's like a lot of it that was really rough. Any number of these men could be Saber Spark. Dude, these guys love bowling. I'm sorry, but they just came out. This is this is a bowling for soup concert, guys. They're just leaving right now. Sorry.
If she said that he made her put on the Noah's Ark fat lioness costume on during all of this, then I would have no doubts.
Here's them hinting it before it came out too. Which, by the way, if you are stop hinting that you're gonna drop allegations. That is the most like sussy behavior ever. I don't like that. I could give a short answer now, but far more depth is coming soon, bro. And remember, this is the messenger. This is not the proprietor of the messages, okay? Dude, but allegation teasers are getting incredibly popular. Dude, this really is a bowling for soup concert. It's crazy. Dude, you know they got really strong opinions about there being a black doctor now. For Doctor Who, not like just doctors in general. They're cool with that.
Let's go. Bro. Yeah. Come on, guys. Come on. Steal. Oh, he stole it from you. What are you gonna do?
Don't vague post actual crimes. Yeah, don't do that. All right. Anyway, this is the main video, right? So that whole post teases twice that I like Kim Possible a lot. That's the name of the YouTuber, by the way. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty ambivalent on Kim Possible personally. Here, I'll pull up her channel. This is an insane YouTube channel, by the way. I didn't know that you could be this grown and this into cartoons. I didn't know it worked like this. 2002 username. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. I have political brainworms because I review so many right-wing groypers on the channel, but I cannot help but see the white woman avatar cringing at the black Snape and going, "Oh no, not another one," you know? Oh, I love Kim Possible a lot. Excuse me. Okay. So I'll be calling her KP as we go through this. But KP is quite the lady. She's fucking nuts, in my opinion. Okay. She's like a certified hater of many persons. But if you don't believe me that she's nuts, when the video on Saber and all related friends was coming out, she was performing a Discord watch party for the fucking video. Along with times for when new victim testimony drops and a video, okay? Dude, I'm gonna start doing this. The new rape drops at 5 p.m. Eastern. Be there. 12 days ago. Video schedule. Thoughts on Snape casting, an HBO Harry Potter series, YouTube algorithm short, new victim statement. Dude, me watching Adult Swim. Damn, I didn't know Adult Swim was airing allegations now. That's crazy. Expose, name finalized, but you'll have to wait. Expose themed shorts. Miscellaneous Q&A to be decided. Guys, I'm an ally to victims. Advertises that they will be making a video about somebody's rape. Guys, I'm putting out the rape video next week. Just so you know, rape video next week. Let's all make sure we're here for my rape video. This VOD is not getting ads. Hey, it's that one woman who was friends with Lily Orchard until it was convenient for her to distance herself. Well, okay, guys, you gotta realize that KP really likes to make post online so that way she could be like, actually, guys, we need to be really performatively mad about this. She is quite actually one of those millennials that does the whole like posting on social media to cancel someone people. She is one of those people. She is unironically one of the pronouns and bio people. I don't really want to be so based or base post, but she is one of those, right? I know we all have pronouns that came with the language, but she is one of those people who makes everybody look bad. You know what I mean? They all demisexual until you see his fedora and brony shirt. Brony fan don't also claims that KP also coached and sent prepared statements that they ignored because they were stressed. Wow, I'm not surprised. Somebody should introduce her to Jar. Jar, how are things with your girlfriend? I got a new avatar for you to goon to. Are you really surprised though? Are you really surprised? Of course she sent prepared statements. She did a YouTube premiere of the rape story, dude. Okay, this is a VOD on like an archive channel called A Dark Place, which is a very pogger's name, by the way. But they premiered this. Okay, they wanted a chat. They wanted a chat to be like, oh my god, the rape. God, it's like we're really there. Diesel, check the pinned comment. Hi there, I provided a voiceover in the beginning of this video. I've gotten some questions about this. I did a voice read for KP, who I'm mutuals with. They were looking for a VA, and I offered. Didn't know what it was for, and I'm not familiar with anyone involved. They gave me a trigger warning script to read, and I recorded it. That's all I know. I was not paid, I had no part in this video's creation, and I'm genuinely out of the loop to whatever controversy is happening. Oh my god. So what is so fucked up about the what is so fucked up about this thingy? The following video is made with journalistic and educational intentions. Wrong, lies. No, it was made with, I'm a conniving, backstabby little rancid bitch. That's what you made it with, all right? And we'll explain why as we get through this, but just that's a complete lampshade, okay?
This video is not suitable for all ages and should only be viewed by viewers 18 or older due to the nature of the content discussed and the discussion of sexual predators on the internet. Trigger warnings for the following: pedophilia.
Dude, imagine requesting, imagine being the VA that reads out pedophilia, lolicon, child pornography, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism, Nazi imagery, sexual harassment, sexual objectification, bestiality, zoophilia, rape. I'm sorry to the VA. I just wanted to do that with you because I felt like you were going through something just incredible on your own. I can't imagine getting that script and being like, the fuck is in this video? The fuck you... Listen, man, I'll take a video that has child porn in it, but the grooming, that's too far for me. That is gonna be clipped out of context to no end, but she didn't inform the VAs of the context for the video. So KP responds to this. What? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Lolicon and
Yeah,
child
this is really not something you shouldn't tell the VA about. Does KP realize that doing the disclaimer read by blah 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 and then not telling them what the video about, you could get this person you could fuck over their career, dude. You could actually fuck over somebody's career by not telling them what exactly they're reading for. Like, you need to be upfront about that shit.
pornography, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism and Nazi imagery, sexual harassment and sexual objectification, bestiality and zoophilia, and rape.
Please do not harass anyone named in this.
All right. Listen, every single YouTuber that does a video that's like a hit piece on someone is like, don't harass any of the people in this video. Listen, obviously, don't harass people. Obviously. But the people who are gonna harass, we're gonna do it anyway. You're just doing this to protect yourself, okay? I expect my audience to know better. So I don't even do it anymore, but like, the only time that people do that is like to cover their own ass.
This video. Hello viewers, welcome to another segment of Maybe the Internet Was a Big Fucking Mistake.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
On a more serious note, this video covers sexual gratification.
Okay, all right, listen, man, I'm a brown man. But this is a white woman. If we got any homies in chat, all right, that lived a life, you know what I'm talking about, right? This is a white woman, okay? Rose Malay in the comments. What axis is it in the chat? This is so sad.
As well as general sexual harassment. And it's a very depressing story. If you're a kid who somehow got past the age restriction, please go away now. Just go. Now, I don't like covering these stories. We're an animation channel. We cover very important stuff like Disney and not Disney things sometimes. But I like to think of myself like the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation community.
The Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation community. Oh, really? I did not know that you had so much talent just confined within your fucking PNG.
I call things out when I feel like I can add something to the conversation. And it's important to talk about when YouTubers
Yeah, okay, honey.
misusing their platform. So what's the no fun situation? Because I hate it here.
I don't want to be alone.
Guys, I can't stand drama. Gets in drama all the time. No fucking way. That's Tom Dark, you're in the video. You've been turned into a white lady.
Anymore.
I've chosen not to keep this person anonymous because I believe this is not a mistake or a slip of the tongue. This is an active attempt of slander and misogyny, and that's just not acceptable.
Interesting for you to call this an active attempt of slander. Interesting.
And it wasn't freely admitted to me. I had to have someone else tell me that this was going on in a professional setting.
And he couldn't even tell me himself.
Jon Stewart of the community, tell me you're a millennial without telling me you're a
Yeah,
millennial.
that is really millennial coded, right? That's some actual millennial ass behavior.
Chris was a team member roughly from 2014 to 2015.
So, okay, how much of the lead am I gonna bury here? This is actually has very little to do with any. Listen, this entire video is just a vehicle for her to go after people she has a personal axe to grind with. Okay, there. The video is giving the predisposition of being a serious takedown of people who are like quote unquote groomers or rapists, but that's not it. She's got a personal problem with this guy, who she names full name first and last. You see, Chris, and I always think of my Chris when I think of this Chris, right? Doesn't it take like more than an hour for her to get the Saber Spark anyway? Yeah. So the point of her doing this video is that this Chris guy made a really bad, disgusting joke about his former employer. His former employer being KP, the PNG, okay? Chris made a joke that he like gooned to her, and that's the joke. The joke is a little longer than that, but that's the joke, right? Is that he jerked off to the idea of his boss. He told that joke after he had stopped working with KP, okay? So he was not working with KP anymore, and he made that joke, right? She did not like that, and she decided to go basically figure out everybody he's associated with and make sure they know, and also figure out if birds of a feather, right? And so everything that's brought up is done with the intent to basically, screw the people she feels didn't take what he had said seriously. That's really it. I think the joke was something like he like gooned to her in like a bathroom or something, and gooned to like her panties or something. Like literally the Dojin thing, where like a main character is jerking off to somebody else's panties, and then they like slip and fall. That was the fucking joke, right? And so this turned into this. Did I get that right? Op block and mods. Did I get that like pretty much on the money for the explainer? Boss, he got off in the bathroom and fell over into her dirty clothing, including her underwear. That's a joke. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Not a mod, but I watched the VOD. Yes. She will explain it, and yes. Yeah, well, I just wanted everybody to know that I didn't want to bury the lead anymore. Yeah, because Chris now works with Saberspark, she's going to try and cancel him too until he fires Chris. She's trying to blackball Chris from working at their community. Which, by the way, their community also has overlap with the official, like... So, a lot of their friends are VAs. Like, actual VAs. Like, VAs for shows that people watch on television. Okay? Let it be known, this is not like a blackballing from, like, YouTube. This is like blackballing from a career. In real life. Forever. All right? Because you know what happens when you do something stupid in Hollywood, buddy. You're gone.
I know, I'm old. Chris was generally a nice guy in my time knowing him, but he exhibited weird behavior. Like, you just draw this for your boss, right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
That's disgusting.
He was also my first trip to Everfree Northwest, the one we did the blog about. He's this guy here. The story is as follows. I'm not gonna read it myself because it's gonna make me sick, so I'm just gonna have someone else read it.
At some point.
No, June the king. Dude, I know you, June. What the fuck, dude? What's going on? Why'd they make you read this? Diesel, I could not find a nude version on the internet, by the way. Damn. Does June know that this video was like a hatchet job?
For the last few years, Chris told his story, allegedly several times, that in the bathroom of the hotel where the group was staying, he was masturbating to KP's clothing. Chris states that this is a lie, as he was actually constipated during the trip, and there were no witnesses to his masturbation story.
KP would hate it here. Yeah, I've like if there was a rape joke counter, I'd be pretty high up there. So I think if she heard, she might actually condense into a infinitesimally small sphere of matter that forms into a black hole. So
in or near the hotel room. We don't know the details about who the story was told to, besides the whistleblower who will remain anonymous. But it was
how convenient.
Likely Will Ryan, head of the YouTube channel DA Games.
Warning, Diesel, she does some very poor porn censoring later down the line. Was that this video or a different video? Because I'm almost certain that's like a different video.
As Chris and Will are friends, as well as friends or employees of that YouTube channel. Chris also started working for DA Games shortly after leaving the I Love Impossible and Law production team. So the timelines track.
It's not until
Once
like 30
KP
minutes
was
in.
informed that this incident took place, she confronted him via text and an audio confession.
Hold on, I want to go back and read those.
Impossible and Law production team. So the timelines track.
The DA game stuff is also being brought into here specifically because of Chris, right? Remember, you know, that none of it was done with altruistic intentions.
Once KP was...
voice call at your earliest convenience? What's the matter? It's best served in a voice call. I don't have the energy tonight, but we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay, then.
Informed that this incident
Hope you're okay,
took
at
place.
least. No, I'm 100% not okay.
She confronted him via text.
Oh, dear.
And an audio
about the trip to Everfree, how you, quote, masturbated in the bathroom, tripped on a toilet, fell on my panties, and ejaculated. I'm beyond disappointed and, frankly, incredibly disgusted. How the fuck is that okay to tell people?
Confession. The audio is
in any way. I can tolerate a lot, Chris. I can tolerate you bragging about working for me.
To the whole thing.
I can even tolerate the KP sitting on a toilet art, which made me uncomfortable, by the way. Oh, okay, so the toilet art, right? The skibbity toilet furry stuff, right? What is this the first time she's ever saying that's fucking weird or whatever? Or like, what's the, like, is there, or is there just some like missing lore here? Because there's a lot of lore between all these characters that I have deliberately not explained to chat. Who the fuck brags about working for I Love Impossible a lot? You know, man. The gig economy, am I right?
Self.
All right. Well, first,
I can't believe this. We got smug brony pony OC versus Newgrounds guy. Dude, they literally Newgrounds guy.
I think it's the obvious thing is one.
After listening to this, we sent you the full call. Should we do the full call now and just listen to the full call? Or is that going to be too much lore at once? Dude, there's a literal Game Grump in here. No, wait, okay. Give me like 10 seconds, chat. Or, well, you know, longer than 10 seconds. I need to take a piss. Because, you know, I'm the resident pisser and I drank from the 2 Mad glass. The 2 Mad chalice. Let's see. Lo-fi. Please wash your hands. I will. How's it going? How's it going, chat? Have fun at jujitsu, Starshine. I did wash my hands. I washed my hands. Okay. SMH.
Just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did.
Is this okay? So he's saying it like I'm apologizing for that terrible fucking thing I did. Is this being clip chimped to make it sound like he actually gooned in her pantaloons? Because I do believe that it is a joke and that he didn't actually goon in her pantaloons. A clip chimp, I see.
And that, God.
Dude, I okay. If I told a racy joke about one of, well, I really wouldn't personally. Maybe about one of them, I would make a kinda. There's a lot of missing context. Okay. I would not be in this call. I would not. I'd be like, no. Why the fuck are you trying to force an apology out of me? But I also understand that when people do stuff like what she's doing, I know that they're recording the call, right? If I'm being told, like, I need to get in a call, it's serious, we got to talk about this, I know that both parties are recording. I'm not stupid. But other people wouldn't know that. But he was fishing for what would be sexy to joke about, so it could be an inside joke they would have. I do believe it was like a joke he shared amongst the guys, right? There's a third person in the call.
Absolute horrible person so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So
Right. So I have a couple of things. So my source said
Guy apologizes for making a terrible, terrible joke. It's over. The conversation's over right there. It ends right there. There's nothing else.
says you told this story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
that would probably be correct, yeah.
So Will has heard this story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Does he not? Does he? Why, brother? You know you're being recorded right now. I don't. She's doing the "I'm recording you" voice.
Once.
Okay. Same with Sean?
Yeah, Sean.
Okay. Did you talk to Sean privately about anything else that happened when you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Nothing I say is meant to excuse what I did, because it's inexcusable what I did.
All right. Okay. I'm going to have a very hot take here. Very hot take. It's very excusable. Is the joke cringe? Are you talking yourself up as bigger than what you are? Yeah. And if one of my homies was like, yeah, I was jerking off and I fell into her dirty clothes, I'd be like, stop lying to me, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? You got a fucking stinky clothes fetish? Fucking weirdo. Right? Like that's where it was start and stop, right? But if it's like a conversation amongst guys, that's the stupid guy talk stuff, right? I know, the locker room talking, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry. Guys, I hang out with women, okay, all the time, okay? The girlies, right? We know the girlies. We love the girlies, right? Mishi, Kat, Hal, we love them. If you guys heard the way they talk about men, you would have sworn that those women had penises, okay? You would have sworn they had hogs, okay? The way that the girlies be talking about stuff. What kind of woman are you talking about? And I literally, like, if you're a common fixture and you come by the streams, you'll definitely see Hal, Kat, and all of them here, and you know exactly how they speak. Okay. You know what? Actually, hold on. I'll get Kat on, or not Kat. I'll get Hal on right now. Hal, you are the master of me.
Hey,
all right.
what's up?
Well, you know, that's definitely not going to help my case. I always forget that that's the entry sound for you here.
Only here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to tell you anything else, but I do want you to give like a woman's perspective as someone who's not crazy, right?
Okay.
Okay. So, there's a guy who made a joke, and he was telling it to his guy friends, and he said, I was gooning in a hotel bathroom, and then I tripped and fell in a friend of mine's dirty clothes and ejaculated. And he told that story to his homeboys, okay? That he works with professionally, right?
Oh, so they're like work friends, not friend
But
friends.
from what I know, they are also friends.
Okay.
Right? And the woman that he allegedly busted as he fell into the clothes of is his former boss.
Oh.
But he is no longer working with her when he told this story. And they also had some kind of friendship as well. Now, the point of me bringing you on is that I said guys talk and say shit like that all the time when they're just like chilling, right? Now I feel like I'm like distracted trying to re-explain what I was just saying, chat. Fuck, I completely lost my train of thought.
You're good.
Fuck. You're distracting me.
I do that.
All right, no, yeah. So it's like, you know, guys get together and that's how they talk. But you know, the whole like, you know, I was busting and I fell in her dirty panties and then I came, right? Like that's like a thing that you read in like a doujin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, first of all, we know that shit didn't happen. Like you're fucking lying.
Yeah, that
right?
didn't happen.
But the reason I'm bringing it up is that I'm like, women talk like that with other women too.
Oh, 100%.
Like, okay, without outing any of the girlies, can you give an example? The Batman thing. The Batman thing.
The Batman thing. Oh my god, we sat there with the ladies and we fucking we analyzed how big Batman's penis was, you know? And then we were talking about whether or not it was an acceptable size.
Yeah, and then it became
and
like
we found out someone was a size queen.
And it was like a whole big fucking discussion
it was
about
a whole thing.
Fucking the size of men's penises and shit.
Yes.
There, so that's a good example of what I mean.
That's a great example. Yes, we're talking about that.
And then this person who was labeled a size queen then detailed their experiences as someone who wants
their sexual
size.
experiences,
yes.
and then
and it was in detail, by the way.
Okay, it wasn't that detailed.
It was detailed. That was detailed. What are you talking about? For that person?
It was detailed enough. Okay, but it was not crazy detailed.
Okay, well, there we go. I'm sorry for taking you, but I just
You're good. You're good.
I need to prove a point.
Okay.
Well, there we go. Now you heard it from the mouth of a woman herself. So I need to say that Chris says the real incident is that Chris was constipated and pushed so hard he passed out, and that was the original joke, and it didn't get laughs, so he escalated. Ah. Okay. Well. I mean, personally, I've been there where you be. Okay, actually, I've never been so constipated that I pass out. I don't even think. I don't believe that either.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context, or do you want to explain it?
I know a girl who did that, who passed out from being constipated. I know chat's delayed, so I'm just gonna say that that's what happened.
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do, because I
Sure.
don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the old tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the John after
this guy is being asked to defuse a nuclear bomb right now.
Basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation falling on the floor, where your dirty clothes also happen to be.
You get lightheaded from nutting? That's crazy.
And that my face planted on your underwear.
Right. And
part of my PG version, I have a 6-year-old in the other room, so.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest.
Chris and his aunt.
Oh my god. Thoughts on Asmon's home condition? Dude, I can't believe he's like one of the most... I would never take political advice from a guy who don't wash his ass, bro. What an elaborate humiliation ritual.
Video testimony assured his other boss, YouTuber Saber Spark, wasn't told this story.
Well, okay. That's not a bad thing, right? Like...
Audio testimony assured his other boss, YouTuber Saber Spark, wasn't told this story. But it's unclear how truthful Chris is being when he says that. Chris also...
I mean, it's really not... Like, how am I supposed to know whether or not Saber Spark knows that? It's Chris's word against Saber Spark's. And if Saber Spark ain't speaking, and Chris ain't, like, elaborating any further than that, it's like, it's not like there's a fucking microphone in the room to determine it.
Tries to steer the conversation to not include too much explicitly, stating that, quote, there is a baby in the other room.
Yeah, well, okay, 6-year-olds, so they would understand at least some things, okay? Maybe not all of the things, but they'd understand some things, okay? So you'd want to be PG, right? But the way that you're couching this is that the PG-ness is a way for him to deflect, which is disgusting, by the way.
Unquote. But that also might have been a ploy to lessen the harshness of the...
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. How did anybody even, like, take this seriously when it first came out? I mean, obviously she took it down because it was bad, but that should be a humongous red flag for the illegitimacy of this video, right? Because I don't know, KP, you should know whether or not he has a child. Does he have a child? Then okay, it makes sense that he's not going to sit around swearing, saying, oh, yeah, I fucking busted a nut inside your fucking room. Like, he's not going to do that.
Anger present. Regardless, since Chris says he was lying about the whole incident, it's difficult to take his word on anything due to this lie and the actions he took regarding...
Well, yeah, but the entire thing is, like, his word versus mine, so who the fuck, it doesn't fucking matter, like... Now the full call happens. So now would be the time to play the full call? Yes, okay. I gotta download it. Downloading the bathroom event, guys. How did she get so many people to collaborate on this trash? Dude, she cashed in every single fucking favor, dude.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Oh, dum dum dum! There's a third person there.
Jen, yes.
Okay.
She's a freak.
You think she drew out the call because she's a freak?
Oh, shit. I mean, sure, why not? There we go. We get some fruit. To be honest, the Chris stuff feels like a nothing burger compared to the Will stuff. Well, when you make a video like this with bad intentions, you ruin, something spoil the broth. You guys, you know, whatever that fucking saying is, right?
Oh, do you? Yeah, yeah. Anyway, Riddle's got some background noise issues, but he'll just kind of be muted. Yeah.
Some guy named Trevor celebrates
Chris,
5
you wanna
months
say
of
anything?
membership. Maybe the Disney Channel is to blame.
I guess
for
I'd go
this.
first, yeah.
Go for it.
All right. Well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is one, just want to profusely apologize for.
If I make a joke with like guy friends in confidence, and then somebody finds out that I made that joke in private and it comes back around and bites me in the ass, I'll be like, I'm sorry you're offended, but you weren't supposed to know about that anyway, so I'm sorry someone told you. Conversation over. Boom. Like, that's really it.
That terrible fucking thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that, God, was an absolute horrible person so many years ago.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Diesel, after you find out he thinks you're ugly. Well, the thing is, man, I don't know. Like, I'm, not to sound old, but I'm like nearly 30, and it's just like, I mean, sometimes I'll say things that are not quote unquote PC. I try and like maintain like certain values, but I'm not gonna, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. People say tons of horrible shit about me. All right? I mean, Jesus Christ. My friends got wasted and talked about wanting to fuck me, you know? Like, I'm just like, okay, whatever, it happened. And then I move on with my life.
And you didn't deserve that. So.
Right. So I have a couple.
Well, and then what's even better is that she doesn't even give a shit if he apologizes or not, by the way. None of that has anything to do with whether or not he apologizes. None of this, right? She just wants to fuck him over. She doesn't want a fucking apology. She doesn't care about their relationship. None of that shit. That response right there, like, have a discussion about it. Sure. It's like, oh, do you know how you made me feel? I felt really shitty, blah, 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 right? But no, she's going to litigate it with him right now for the next 23 minutes.
Of things. So
I know how to make you feel older. I watched you when I was in high school. High school was around 5 to 6 years ago. Jesus. Oh, boy.
My source says you told this story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
That would probably be correct, yeah.
So Will has heard this story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably once.
Okay. Same with Sean?
Yeah, Sean.
Okay. Did you talk to Sean privately about anything else that happened?
Privately, guys, privately. Okay, she heard gossip. That's really what happened here. She heard gossip that made her feel bad. That's really what happened. Is it weird? 100%. Is it gross? 100%. Is this guy weird for doing that? Yes. He is all those things. It is a bad joke, okay? And you make that Dojin little incident that you're describing is fucking dorky, all right? But brother, she heard gossip she didn't like. That's it.
When you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
And why she need to know who knows about it? Why she need to know that? Why I wouldn't want to know all of the terrible things that other people have heard about me. I wouldn't want to know who knows those things. Why would I want to know those things? I'm like like busy with things, and I don't want to be preoccupied with the knowledge of bad things people may or may not know about me. I'm just going to hope that my character is good enough that I don't need to sit around and mull over whether or not those things are true. I will reveal why they need to know after the call. No spoilers, chat.
Okay.
Diesel, I heard the Melon stream is next week. Yeah, Melon stream is next week.
Okay. So can you kind of just repeat generally what your experience with Everfree was, just so we're on the same page?
Oh, like what the event was like?
Yeah, like why we were there, me inviting you as a friend, you know, kind of just the circumstances of Everfree from your perspective.
Everfree was stressful, but otherwise fine. I do recall having bouts of constipation at one point, but
I do recall this guy has to like look back a decade into the past and be like, was I constipated that day in August? Was I constipated back then a decade ago? I mean, perhaps I was constipated.
yeah, it's, you know, I'm trying to remember so many years ago, but
It's fine. Well, let me just refresh your memory. So I invited you and Jordan, and it was me, and it was Nick Ha, right? That was the four of us, and we were staying on site far away from the convention. You know, basically we you know, and I set that up so you guys didn't have to, you know, you guys.
You're bad at this. Unironically, I think I could make a hit piece better than her.
You guys weren't in on.
I can't wait for that one to be serendipitously misclipped as well, right? By the way, I always keep like, you know, doing that and saying that after, so that way if it ever comes up again, I could be sitting here and be like, you clip chimped me. This is in reference to this. I'm making a joke about it, which is true. I am making a joke about it. But there are people who sit there and be like, I'm waiting to fuck over Diesel. I'm gonna use that and try and clip chimp it. But you know, if I sit here and say that after, it absolves me.
Hook for the hotel or at all. So that was a nice thing I did. And so from what I remember your behavior, that even before any of this, it was, you know, it made me uncomfortable how, you know, every time we were around basically anyone at the convention, you know this, but I'm just stating it again. Like, I don't know.
You know this, but I'm just stating it again for the camera.
I don't know if you remember this specifically, but it was very much like anytime we were around anyone, you would be like, you know who this is? This is I Love Kim Possible a lot. And what I remember is their faces would light up. And you did this a couple of times until I was like, hey, Chris, like, you know, this is making me uncomfortable. So it kind of ties to.
So you did it. He did it a couple times until you said, hey, I don't like that. And then he stopped.
This whole thing. Did you brag to people about, you know, to your friends about, you know, recording the video and being a part of it and all that stuff?
Why does that matter at all? Why does it matter if he brags about a fucking YouTube video he worked on? You're not My Little Pony, bitch. He was the camera guy. Well, at some point, if he's the camera guy and he wants that on his resume, I guess technically that's going to be bragging. It's like, there's just so much. If I had okay, here's another thing. If I had somebody who was like, oh, this is FPS Diesel. Do you know who FPS Diesel is? I'd be like, bro, what are you doing? And then their response would be, I have no idea who that is, by the way. Okay, 9 times out of 10, they don't know who that is. So wait, he's telling people that he knew / who KP was and she got mad about that? Yeah, I guess.
Do you remember?
She got mad about it a decade later.
I can't say I ever bragged about that. That was God, I don't even remember doing that. But
well, I remember you were invited because I needed help with the camera setup because I'm not used to.
I remember that. I don't personally remember going up to a lot of people, introducing you. But yeah, if you say that's what happened, then that probably happened.
Oh my god. Listen, brother, plead the fifth. You don't need to say shit. Be like, I don't remember that happening. I don't really remember what happened. It was a decade ago. Don't say anything else. Don't say, if you said it, it must be true. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, that is. I definitely remember that happening, and I'm sure Nick and Nick can attest to that as well. So
that's such a weird thing to get mad about, especially at a con. If I go to a nerd-based convention, I expect to get recognized. Still, even though I rarely upload on the main channel anymore, even though I only stream, and I'm basically a full-time streamer now, right? People will still recognize me, even though I'm completely somewhere else.
well, I apologize if I was personally frustrated with you, but that was one of the reasons why.
Well, you said that you told him to stop, and he stopped.
I kind of felt like you were kind of treating me like a piece of meat for validation, and
oh my god,
kind of the story matches up with that timeline wise. So I apologize if you didn't feel valued, but like I'm sure you can understand my perspective of why it was kind of making me uncomfortable, correct?
No, absolutely. And yeah.
So based off of this stuff, which is the weakest shit that she's producing in this video, why the fuck should I listen to her about any other things that she puts in this video? Why the fuck should I listen to her about the Saber Spark stuff? Why the fuck should I listen to her about the DA game stuff? Why should I listen to her about those things? Okay? This kind of makes it sound like she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, and she's a crazy person.
No, I don't really think you need to apologize for that. That should being refreshed.
This guy is being leave the call. You're being held at gunpoint right now.
That and knowing your perspective, I should be the one apologizing to you for that.
Well,
so obviously it wasn't KP who leaked this, so I assume this other Glup Shitto is the one who leaked it.
I appreciate that.
Whatever my intent was, that doesn't really matter, because what matters is how you feel now and how you felt then. So
listen, man, here's the question you got to ask yourself, Chris. Do you actually value how she feels? If not, then it actually doesn't matter how she felt about the situation. Okay? If you care about her, then yeah, it matters. If you don't care, then it doesn't matter. All right? Like, like there's no reason to placate this bullshit. Like, you're both grown adults.
Right.
I will apologize for that.
Okay, and just
she sits there in silence. I wonder if she was expecting him to fight. Maybe that's what was happening. Maybe she was expecting I don't care. Maybe she was expecting something else.
for the record, the story you told didn't happen, right?
No.
Okay.
No, it's 100% false. And the only, like, if I may, nothing I say is meant to excuse what I did, because it's
so wait a second. So even the part where he says that it's fake is left out. Are you fucking kidding me? Because the way she presents it, it makes it sound like this guy actually fucking nutted in her bathroom on her dirty clothes.
What I did.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context, or do you want to explain it?
That was a really vindictive question, by the way, as well. Super leading question. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't know the answers to some of the questions I ask people when I interview them. Sometimes I know, and that's a deliberate choice, but like, it's very clear that that's like part of this whole hit job. So,
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do, because I don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the old tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the John after basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation, falling on the floor, where your dirty clothes also happen to be, and that my face planted on your underwear.
Right.
Part
And
of my PG version, I have a 6-year-old in the other room, so.
okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest. And you know, just to
God, you're such a HR voice, Andy. Holy shit. You're such a HR voice, Andy. I just know that they love you at the call center.
reiterate, like we were doing a lot at that con, so like it's reasonable for my clothes to be in the bathroom, kind of rolled up away, you know, because I had a lot of dresses and it was a lot of makeup and changing because I was doing a lot of
Yes.
and all that stuff, right?
Yes, that bathroom was mostly covered in your stuff. My
Okay.
recollection, at least.
That probably tracks with just my general.
If someone called me being angry about a crude joke I've made over a decade ago and tried to use it as a video against me, I would just double down on the joke.
I'd be like, I'm jerking off right now. Keep talking, Kim Possible.
Habits, especially during conventions. So yeah, this was Everfree 2015, correct?
Dude, I'm straight zerking it. I love Kim Possible. I'll show you how much I love Kim Possible. I'll show you. You want to see my naked mole rat?
What I remember?
Update the jar, Diesel. No, Diesel. I'm jacking my Squidward.
That tracks. That sounds about right.
Okay, so Everfree Northwest 2015, which was a PonyCon. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever told this story in company of Saber Spark, or has it just been what?
Ooh, don't answer that. How's the jar progress going? I mean, it's there. It's jarring.
Oh no.
Okay.
That was a really insane question to ask, right? Like her asking that, like that is just so fucking suspicious, right? Because this guy doesn't know she's making a video on it. Okay, that is very fucking suspicious.
I can assure you that the first time I ever told it, and this is my brutal honesty, is because I was very angry at you at the time and was also going through a really bad situation of being on the verge of being homeless.
Oh my God, I was in a dark place.
And not knowing how to deal with my aggression of the feelings I was having toward you and the feelings I was having toward my.
I have a question. Are you an authority on freaks now? /J and ask with love and respect. I guess. I really don't think I have enough experience to be one. Oh boy. So is this what you just sent me? Her beef with Saber? Or her beef with her beef with Saber? Between Diesel, Beckett, and the Op Block, we get all the freak coverage, yeah. This lady. Dude, you just know, I'm sorry, but this girl. Why you look like one of the extras from Get Out, huh? Why you look like one of the extras from Get Out? What are you doing? I'll read those in a minute.
Family, and I made this stupid shit up to validate myself for some stupid fucking reason.
Yeah, you were trying to like you were doing the I want to be funny amongst men thing, and you were also trying to like one up each other. That happens amongst men all the time.
Yeah,
And really only told it to other former KP people who were also frustrated with you at the time. I don't, excuse me, that was fucking stupid. Should never have done that. And I don't know why. I just, for some reason at the time, I thought it was funny. It's not funny.
Okay.
And the fact that we have to revisit this so many years later
Diesel,
is
is this
just
about gooning and stuff? No, this is about a guy who said he gooned but didn't actually gooned. This is about a ghost goon.
horrendous.
Yeah, I appreciate your honesty now.
Well, I
So,
mean, yeah.
okay, so yeah, the thing that I think of is as analogy is kind of the Trump locker room talk and
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. That is not comparable in the slightest. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Listen, I like I said, I brought in a token woman to speak for women. All right. Guys, everybody talks and says things that are uncouth in the privacy of their own friends. Okay? All right. Does that excuse all the insane shit about Donald Trump? No. Okay? But not every guy who talks about wanting to fuck a woman is a fucking groiper racist rapist, okay? That is not comparable in the slightest. Jesus Christ. I'll have you know, Diesel, I'm a gentleman everywhere I go, and I would never talk about my gooning habits. Well, maybe not your gooning habits, but you definitely have said something uncouth amongst your assumed compatriots of gender of your choice.
use my French, but I feel like that's kind of what.
You know what? I like Kim Possible a lot. I love Kim Possible a lot. Listen, I know what you look like, and I wouldn't fuck you. I'm sorry. Are you gonna feel bad about it? Get mad. I hope you feel performative bad.
What it feels like you kind of boasted yourself up around another guy, and
I swear to God, if you are okay, guys, we all say things. I know we all do it. We all do it. It's okay that we do it. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all trying to fit in. It's how we just act in a social situation. When you feel that you're comfortable in a social situation, you let down your barriers, right? Maybe sometimes you even test those barriers, see where they're at, see where people are comfortable with things. If my friends were saying, I love rape, I'd be like, dude, stop it. That's fucking gross, right? And probably not talk to that guy because that's insane, but it's the example I went with, right? But it's just like, you're trying to paint him out to be a rapist. That's basically what you're doing when you're saying this is like the Trump locker room talk. Because guys, where does a liberal's mind go? I say this as a liberal, okay? I say this as the lefty commentary guy. Where does your mind go when you say this is like the Trump locker room talk? Because it doesn't go to him saying to grab him by the pussy thing. It goes to all those sexual harassment and sexual assault things that all vanished right after he became president.
you know, you kind
No,
of.
that's 100% accurate. That's a very good analogy, actually.
Yeah. So you kind of did a much.
Dude, I know that this lady has said the most outrageous shit about toxic yaoi before. I just know. I've seen her DeviantArt.
I've seen her DeviantArt. I know what heinous shit you're into, bitch. I know what you talk about. Don't you dare try and nickel and dime fucking woke scold this, you fucking piece of shit. Holy shit.
I mean, I'll just be blunt, kind of some misogynistic talk to kind of.
Well, misogynistic talk, but the fucking incest porn I drew is totally okay.
100%.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just making sure we're on the same page as far as that. So, as far as your relationship with Saber, like, is it like, just so I know, is it something? Are you guys like friendly, or is he just giving you kind of contract work and that's it?
I mean, I guess you could say it's both, but I don't have like long conversations with him because he's so busy. The most I ever.
I could totally cancel you. I love Kim Possible a lot, but I choose not to. FPS Diesel. Oh my god. All right, I don't want to show it on stream, but I kind of just want to look at the favorites on DeviantArt. This is one of the things that was in her favorites, right? You guys know the one I'm talking about. I forget, who are these characters? Who are these people? I know you're all sitting in VC right now. I see you. I watched her ending her friendship with Lily Orchard video. Come to VC. There's literally 40 people there. I'm in the live. Oh my god, they're gonna make me come in. All right. When I join the VC, don't all speak at the same exact fucking time. Okay. Well, that doesn't help me, that explainer for who they are. Actually. Hello, oh my god. Well, now everybody's gonna come over here.
You asked for this.
Listen, I just wanted to talk about the favorites on her DeviantArt.
Yes, okay. We can talk about the favorites on her DeviantArt. She is very interested in Kim Possible x Ron. Both minors, technically, by the way. We gotta, those they're minors. It'd be weird if Lolicon shows up in this this video later. Both minors in high school. It's not explicit. And then, weirdly enough, there's this like image of Shigo without a bra on, smoking, and Draken looking sexually assaulted.
It really wouldn't be hard to convince me that Saber is a freak. I watched him for years.
I don't know. It doesn't look like he enjoyed the sex. He's sweating and almost crying.
Okay.
Can't believe you're alluding to something, Falgi. What?
And you know what? Her friend Lily Orchard was very into siblings. It still is. It is Papa Falgi, Chad. Hello. It is I. I told everybody else to come in.
I don't like.
He actually did.
Just for clarity, I don't really actually give a shit what's on her fucking DeviantArt, but she is exactly the kind of person who would use that against somebody else. She's exactly that kind of person, which is why I bring it up, because she's talking about his like quote unquote locker room talk. But there's no way that you have Shigo x Draken, where Draken's been fucked scared, okay, and she's never
he-
said anything or written anything down. You tell me she hasn't written the most heinous Wattpad fanfiction AO3 stuff. Like, you kidding me?
So I buried the lead a little bit, but I think you're halfway through the call, so it's curious to mention. Everybody she is at. So this call took place in 2023, from what I understand. She made this document public as a safety warning. Everyone she's asked about if Chris has said it in front of them are all the people he's worked for or currently worked with. She is digging information about the people he currently works for who are also in this video expose.
That's a crack ship. Guys, Princess Celestia x Discord? That's... I would never pair them together. I'm just saying.
Why are you analyzing this?
Cat, no!
I'm just saying, guys. Like... oh my god.
You should promote your company.
I should promote my company.
Mana Potion. So, guys, I don't know if you know this, but FPS Diesel runs a coffee company called ManaPotionCoffee.com. That's MANPOTION Coffee COFFEE.com. And if you go to ManaPotionCoffee.com and you use code D10 on select items, you too can get a 10% discount, right? On certain items. They have lemonade, body pillows, the big titties on t-shirts, and sometimes standees. Diesel's currently working on a bunch of different things. He doesn't tell the mods, and I still don't have a coupon code that says code Pookie Bear.
That's too many letters.
That sounds like a great deal, Felgy. What would you say that coupon
he's
code
making a
was again?
standee of me. It's just going to be a blank piece of paper with nothing on it. That's right. You can get a blank piece of paper with nothing on it for the low price of $25.
Oh, also, did you know that Mana Potion also has a YouTube page? Mana Potion, you can find a bunch of different things.
Well, you know, there's nothing on that right now, okay? Like...
Wait, but did you also know that FPS Diesel, Chris the Narc, and Beckett of Krabs, aka Cope and Seed, also have a podcast together called Internet Explorers.
There's an episode tomorrow.
There's an episode tomorrow.
Oh,
and next week, chat. Next week, Diesel is crushing a watermelon.
It is watermelon season.
Oh my god, I'm getting out of here.
Oh no, that's
Melon stream next week. Yeah, I just wanted to. I'm totally doing like a whataboutism thing. Just to be clear, I don't actually give a shit what the fuck she jerks off to. I really don't care. Okay, I don't give a shit if it's Shigo and Draken. I don't give a shit if it's Kim Possible or whatever. Listen, man, Kim Possible is like doing taxes at an insurance agency now. She's so old, okay? Right? But it's like... she's just like... the whole, like, where she's like, locker room talk thing just drives me up a fucking wall. Because it's just like, I know everybody says uncouth shit when they're in the privacy of, like, a friendship or something. Okay? I know that, dude. And it's like, to act like that doesn't happen with women too, it does. All right? Maybe you're that kind of girl that doesn't. Okay? That's completely possible. I've met plenty of people like that, men and women alike, right? But more often than not, I've seen people say some pretty crazy stuff when they get comfortable with me. I just say we should hold her accountable to her own standards. It only seems fair. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if you take umbrage with Shigo X Draken, which the picture is very funny, and I guess, yeah, feel free to take umbrage with it. Somebody put out a dono earlier, so let me read that since I silenced you. The thing is, it really wouldn't be hard to convince me that Saber is a freak. I watched him for years, and the guy's got brain worms. The Kim Possible or fucked this up astronomically. Yeah, I was like thinking, oh man, that guy finally got outed. Not surprised, but then I heard about everything around it, and I'm just like, oh, good one, right? Because I had known Saberspark was like an Omega Gooner. Like, I'm a Gooner. I'll self-admit that, right? I know I am, right? But he's like at another level where it's just like, what is going on over there, right? The stuff he'd put in his thumbnails and all that stuff. it's just it's one of those things where I'm looking at it and I'm like, is this like that jar thing where you like ask to get Yuri of yourself comedically?
See him is at conventions if he happens to be at the same one.
Okay, so you know you're not in an environment where this would have come up anyway.
Never.
So he would
A little too freaky on main. Yeah, imagine if I started retweeting porn on my main account. That would be like, Diesel, you freaked too close to the sun.
probably be unaware.
Never. He's 100% unaware. Like, again, I can't stress enough is that in the times I ever told the story, it was, as you described it, locker room talk with a very small amount of people in a private call. I never told it publicly, and I never, ever told it to anyone like Saber Spark.
Okay.
Like that I can 100%
aware,
guarantee.
just so we're on the same page, is Saber even aware that you worked for me in the past? That ever
I've never brought it up, and I don't think he has either.
I'm just making
So
sure.
I genuinely do not know.
Okay, but I know Will knows you worked with me in the past because I'm sure I mean, obviously.
Well, you're a nobody. Who gives a shit who the fuck works with you and who doesn't? You're a nobody. You are a nobody. I'm sorry. YouTubers, if you are under 500,000 subscribers, you are a nobody. Okay? At the very least, you become a somebody at 1 million subscribers, but these days, not really. The numbers kind of get skewed, right? But under 500,000, you're a nobody. Stop acting like these people should know or give a shit or whatever, because it doesn't. You're nobody, okay?
Well, yes, but only.
By the way, she has a history of having people sign an NDA for free labor and editing to only call it a hobby. Huh. Ain't that interesting? Where have I heard that before?
Really only because, and again, to be brutally honest again, is that around the time
she doesn't like paying for any work. She shouldn't, like, okay, listen, if there's no money being exchanged, the concept of an NDA is outrageous, first of all. Second of all, does any of this content look like it needs an NDA? Do we need an NDA for Why Lion King Matters full documentary? Okay. Do we need an NDA for analyzing is magic? Is Discord a toxic friend? The answer to that question is yes, by the way. But is Velma really gay? Sorry, guys. I can't talk about my work experience on Is Velma gay? Is Bruno Mars is gay? Is that like the meme?
time that I left Team KP was also the time that DA Games took off.
This guy's like, I was bordering on homelessness. I was also a free cameraman.
And I really needed a job because of the situation at the time. So he would have really only known because
sometimes I wish manifesting bad things, manifesting bad things on this KP lady, manifesting.
We were becoming work partners, and because a lot of people he hired also worked for you prior and did have.
Are you caught up with the allegations on DA? Yeah, I am.
Have pent up frustrations of their time as Team KP members.
Okay, and those are like you're speaking directly about Sean and Christian, correct?
Those would be two examples, yes. I mean, I hate to mention, but Bogsy was also a member, but I don't communicate with Bogsy at all anymore.
Is Bogsy still there?
Fuck no.
Okay.
No, we fired.
Do you hear that accent on him? Fuck no. You hear that? I can't even do it. Fuck, where's he from? Where's that accent from?
Him years ago.
Okay. Do you know what he's doing out of curiosity?
Well, my understanding is he does composition work for Spindle Horse.
These are this is all imaginary. This is what it sounds like. This must be what it sounds like when I talk to somebody and it's like Oh yeah, did you hear about what Brian Mullins said on the op block while talking to Ace Space?
That's all I know. I don't keep tabs on him because, quite frankly, I'd
Spindle Horses has been animation shit. Okay.
rather not.
Yeah, I agree. But I did, just for the record, I did warn Vizzy Pop about.
Oh yeah. That's this lady also hates Vivzy Pop because of course she fucking does. All right, she's got like a bone to pick as well. Diesel, I have to tell you something. This guy.
Hello, I'm sorry. I got sexy music. So Michael Boggs. Let's talk about Michael Boggs for a second and why the sheet is following him. I believe we sent you a video about it. So there was something called the KP Anon leaks, where an individual by Michael Boggs was leaking information with other employees behind her back because, again, she was a bad boss. Diesel, what if I tell you something very important? Would you like to hear something really important about Michael Boggs?
Sure.
So Michael Boggs was let go because he struggled with his work ethic. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst. You'll hear that exact story again about another person. But Michael Boggs had a big conflict for why he couldn't always make deadlines. Michael Boggs was 16 years old.
Well,
he was a 16-year-old, and not only that, she claims that Michael Boggs put her and gave her PTSD.
So
because he started revealing things behind the scenes.
Okay, pause. Wait. Okay, so Michael Boggs
is a child. Well, not now, but was a child when he left.
Was a child, and this is with KP.
Yes,
working with KP. Okay.
Yep.
So, and he was leaking stuff about
after he was fired.
After he was fired from his job where he makes no money.
Yes, as a minor because it was a quote hobby.
Okay. And him leaking things gave her PTSD.
Yep, and she's openly talked about it.
What was so problematic about what he leaked?
Because it was the internal workings of her company. This is why she
her company
dislikes...
does 120,000 some odd subscribers on this channel.
There's a reason why she had a bunch of people working on fan animations. From what I understand and from what we've dug up, it's the reason why she dislikes Vizzy Pop. From what I can tell, it's why she asks about Spindle Horse, which is Vizzy Pop's company, as well as some of the other people that have gone on to make a channel called the DA Games. By the way, fuck DA Games. You'll figure out why later. And other people, because they all used to work for her. And the employees leave. But they don't necessarily, from what I can tell, now she could say I'm wrong, and I will believe her for that for the most part. From what I can tell, specific people don't really leave on good terms and get better gigs than working for her.
Wow. How unsurprising is that?
And these are grudges that have been there since literally the start of her channel. Now, do I say it? Vizzy Pop, excuse me. Fuck it, I'll say it. I don't give a shit. KP has this weird feeling that every man is hyper attracted to her, and she feels like that's her drama with men, to the point where that's.
Oh wait, I have those messages. I have those messages.
You do? Put them on screen because it's insane. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Let me just reiterate, KP. I find you very unattractive. I think you're ugly. I think you'll take my brain out and put it in a jar or something. Whatever happens and get out. I don't remember.
I'll say this. I don't necessarily think you're unattractive. I wouldn't say that personally. But what I would say is that maybe you shouldn't think every human being wants to sleep with you. It's really fucking weird. And before people go like, oh, her face is known. She's been in Brony fan videos when she was much younger, and it was this weird Brony fandub. You could find it on Brony Deleted Fandubs, the YouTube channel. But so her face is known. She knows this.
Well, I guess you're here now, Falge.
Yeah, can I? I'll
This
mute
keeps
myself.
happening. This keeps happening.
I'll mute myself. You can play it because I ain't gonna fucking react to this for the fourth time. And it's funny. Somebody else asked me to join them when they do this.
You've inadvertently become the Sherpa for this. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
You know, the fact is, there's so much more that can't even be covered in one stream, and we did 9 hours of this.
All right, let me read these. Regarding Mad, he's taking misinformation and running with it to completely harass me. Parentheses, blah blah blah. And Redacted says, seems like the dude has some weird grievance bottled up. I believe he's jealous of my acquaintanceship with Courtney Orchard, by the way, at the time, and mad that I didn't ban someone on his preferences. I honestly believe he had feelings for probably me, because nothing else makes sense as to how much work he's putting into all this. I'm a hater personally, just so we're clear. I yell professionally. This is I could just do this all day. Let it be known, I would be horrified if you thought I found you attractive. And I know Fauci was trying to put some water on that because I was being very based, but
no, if you ugly, you're gonna hear it.
Okay, but for real, it's always motherfuckers who have a crush on you that end up being vitriolic. I'm sorry, but at some point, maybe, the common denominator is me, but whatever. How do you have such a singularly unfortunate luck with people? People don't expect me to be pretty IRL, and they think I'm one of the boys and try to woo me. Saber Spark tried. Yeah, I'm sure I listened to her in my Brody days, but I actually looked out for Saberspark and KP's vids. It's not really a secret that I cannot stand Saberspark. I have a Saberspark tried. I have a fucking list. Arms crossed. Dude, it's crazy.
Okay. If I was mean, I would say if I was a meaner person, I would say she's 100% built like a pony, but that's just me.
She looks like what's his face from White Chicks.
Look. Oh no! What? Wait! You fucking asshole! No! Again, I don't want to be mean. I'm being mean on purpose. I think that she's an all right looking
like
woman.
She's wearing someone else's face in that photo.
Oh god, it's Jeff the Killer. That's what it is. No, I'm going down.
That one was fucked up. I won't even lie. I know that one was fucked up, but I'm sorry.
Again,
it's true.
Okay, KP, I don't think you're unattractive. This is just for comedy, I swear.
Oh shit. All right. Let's go back to the call. Let it be. I love white women, just not her.
I suggest speeding up this call if you can, because
You motherfuckers don't even wait for the locker room to start talking. Tell Fauci to stop blocking the fruit. I'll move Fauci. Hold on. All right.
About how toxic he was a couple of years ago. So I wonder if she acted on that. Anyway, that's besides the point. And so just to kind of reiterate, your anger towards me, I'll just be blunt. Did you have a crush on me and I didn't reciprocate the feeling?
No.
No fucking way. No fucking way. What a bookend.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. What a bookend to that. Oh my god. She really thinks she's her. That's crazy.
And I want to point out all of her contemporaries. This is a sad thing to say, but all of her contemporaries have kind of left her behind. It's like actually like a lot of the people who have stayed in and around the Brony-dom that got famous off of it, they've kind of already left her behind.
Yeah, they moved on to bigger, better things.
Yeah, and I think she feels like it's because she's a woman. And again, I'm not going to discount that. Real serious, Fauci is a little bit soy talk. I don't necessarily discount that, but this call, Chris, from all intents and purposes, sounds apologetic. Now, you could believe him if you don't, but like, he's gonna say sorry a lot in this call.
Yeah, he's already been saying sorry quite a bit. I mean, he's very much like bending over for her. So, but I'll also say I could understand the Falgi soy position, but I will doubly also say I think if there was a niche where she would be successful and that where her gender doesn't matter at all, it's definitely cartoon or video essay type things. Because the second I think and look at the content she makes, I go, oh, Lindsay Ellis, right? I think of creators like that, right? So there are examples of that success, but it's like she probably just doesn't really have anything too groundbreaking or creative or interesting to offer, really.
All right, I'm gonna be real. I thought you were dead ass about to say OnlyFans, and I was gonna yell at you.
Oh no! Holy shit! She ain't good enough at thumbnails. Yeah. Well, maybe she could outsource thumbnails to somebody else for free, like she's been doing everything else.
Or like, can you articulate?
No, well, my
This
frustration
is Jonathan. Hello, my brother. Literally.
really was that, like a lot of people there, I felt undervalued and overworked for no pay.
Uh-huh.
And that's really what it was, is that and I lashed out in an extremely toxic way.
Right. And then just
So-
just for the record,
he mentions, yeah, I felt really mistreated because nobody was being paid, and that made us feel bad. Yeah. So anyway, the thing you said about me,
you've never tried to talk to me about any of that directly, because I don't remember that you did.
Say that again.
Have you ever tried to talk to me directly about how you were feeling at the time?
I wonder why he didn't go to you when he said that he felt bad about not being paid for his work.
I can't recall. I
Okay.
think I brought up pay at one point, but I would assume it wasn't on the.
I'm just trying.
Diesel, can you remember a conversation from almost a decade ago, all the time, anytime, about interpersonal relations with a person that you no longer wish to speak to because you're embarrassed by what you said about them and somewhat afraid of them?
God, I don't remember conversations I had like 5 years ago, let alone a decade.
Neither do I. It's what happens in your fucking 30s. These people are 30.
Yeah, but he should have known better and just gone to her and tell her how he felt, A decade ago, he should have had that hindsight a decade ago.
That, like, because that wasn't my intention. That's never been my intention, doing YouTube for 10 years. And like unfortunately,
Listen, lady, I'm sorry, I hate to tell you, but this place is like the Hotel California, okay? You can check out, but you can never leave. You know how many times I said I'm retiring and then don't retire? And I'm still here, baby.
the trauma and that experience helped me to kind of make sure I call it my trauma brain, but make sure my trauma brain, everyone's treated well. And
me triggering her trauma brain by turning on and off the lights really fast and screaming at the top of my lungs.
So I'm just confirming that, which matches up with my memory.
Dude, it would be really funny if the other person in the call played one of those sound bites.
Memory of like, you never talked to me about it directly, Sean and Chris.
Oh, there's another successful female creator, just Pearly Things. I say successful, I didn't say she was a good person.
Christian did, and they realized they as well never brought these issues to me directly. So I assume that you didn't, and you probably, based on the timeline, you probably didn't bring them up either, because you probably thought it was handled. Correct? Does that sound about right?
That sounds accurate.
Okay.
Right,
I just want to make sure.
I need to divert for a second. Chat, I'm so fucking sorry. I need to tell Diesel something. Jar's answering around posts of ours, but not us directly.
Are you kidding
It's
me?
actually
Hold on.
fucking hilarious.
Actually, okay, yeah, I noticed I had 5 notifications.
Go to Nerd Angles. Go to Nerd Angles. He will retweet Nerd Angles post and then talk around us. I don't know where he fucking put it. I hope he quote tweeted it and redid it, unless he blocked you. Go to his fucking page. He's talking around us.
Dude, he's such a soy little bitch.
He's such a little bitch. He can't do jack shit. Like, again, bitch, I know you be talking about me. It's weird.
Okay, so now I'm gonna divert the jar again because I'm gonna I'm throwing sand. Okay, but again, just for clarity, at the beginning of the stream, I had tweeted a clap back at Jar because he was going after my son over here and his and my goons. So I didn't like that. And also, I hate this guy for a myriad of reasons that I'm not getting into right now, but I do. All right. And I said, I don't think you're in a position to bring up sub numbers in discussions when you try to claim infamy. When your claim to infamy is running defense for a deranged loon, freak maxing in DMs, and reposting the same shit videos about cartoons while min-maxing sleep aids and stimulants. I basically was making a character assessment of him. It really had nothing to do with any of the content specifically, right? Fucking... The entire context of this, which this fucking moron didn't even read, you fucking idiot, stupid shit, all right? I think you're all kind of grasping at straws. I think he means the content covering 1,000 sub channel wouldn't hit the algorithm. Okay, no, we're talking about the fucking Sleepy Time podcast channel, which doesn't exist, has no content on it, and is just straight up a fucking gag right now. Okay, because of Jar's fucking dumb gooning sleep calls, where he gets on calls with women to talk to him so that way he can fall asleep.
But Diesel, go to his page.
Oh, I know. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. That's all.
Oh yeah, because his response is fucking insane.
Second of all, yeah, I understand that if you did a video on the op block, nobody give a shit because the op block is small. I'm not stupid. I've been doing this as long as Jar. Okay, it was a complete assessment of his character because Jar is obsessed with numbers. This guy looks at your sub number and determines your worth as a human being. He also desperately wants to be liked by other creators, specifically women that are successful in the platform, so that way he can have some kind of weird, like, I don't know, fucking polycule. All right, the guy is fucking annoying. He's fucking weird. He's deliberately and maliciously targeted a friend of mine in the past, okay? So he could go suck rocks, which, by the way, the only reason that ever happened is because I went on Chud Logic's stream and I dogged on Jar for saying that you shouldn't talk to women the way he was talking to them. Okay, and Jar's response was, that's why I can't get a real job, okay? And instead of ever addressing me or ever doing anything, he bent it over backwards, spread it his ass, and let me fuck him in it, all right? But no, he won't ever address me by name because he's too much of a chicken shit little bitch, okay? Because he can't defend himself for shit, all right? Like, he named a person who is an artist by name. The intent of him naming that artist by name was to deliberately keep them from getting work. Okay? That is why he did it.
Diesel didn't have a pony sonar, so I made one.
And you know what that did? That just made
now
it pay
he
them
can
more.
frolic and play with
So
every
we can go
pony
fucking
and smile.
literally,
smile,
Jar, you're too
smile.
afraid because you don't have Dreadlock to debate with.
And
yes,
also, it's fucking 2 IQ stimulant Andy, okay? Motherfucker, get Grammarly. Get Grammarly Premium, because you can't fucking type for shit. You can't type for shit. Holy fuck. Okay, his response is,
Diesel dyslexia.
I don't give a shit. Go to therapy, you stupid fuck. I hate this guy. The shit, listen, her name's already out there. It's Kat, okay? The shit he did with Kat was fucking ridiculous. The low amount of money that Kat was accepting to do work and deal with his stupid ass is abysmal. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Thank you. I'm bringing on people with only a few hundred subs. One only has 10, but no one has claimed talk to them, and you'll make a comeback for sure. Talk to me, Jar. Talk to me. Come on.
No. I want that.
Yeah, you want it too. I know.
Because motherfucker, listen. Just because I called out where the fuck you went to Job Corps and where you got your fucking drugs and made fun of you at every turn. You little bitch. Come on. You know what, Jar?
I literally, I want to listen. Melon Stream is actually going to be Jar's fat head.
Send your fans after me, Jar. Send a voice note. I know you have me in your friend request. Send a voice note to me like you did the Mally. I fucking dare you.
Chat, you don't know. I hope you can tell that my demeanor has changed. All right, we were all like, haha, having a funny fucking time, blah blah blah. Okay, the shit he did to my friend annoyed the shit out of me so much, and my friend is so nice that she was just going to take it. And I said, that's not appropriate. That's not okay. All right. And then when I discussed it with him, all he could do was be like, I'm retarded. That was like his only answer.
15 months of
That's not a good
membership.
answer. I'm sorry. It's
so
just not.
we're a mafia now.
We are the slop mafia, so.
We are. Fuck it.
Respond to me, you stupid bitch. I'm sorry. I need to respond to this tweet.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Fuck them.
You should bring me on.
Oh, Jar, by the way, we probably know you're watching. So hi.
He's not asking for gender bent Fudanari, man. Well, you know, he asked for Yuri art of himself before. But like as a joke, just, you know, as a joke.
Also, I've been told he's really into Pokemon porn and wants to fuck the Guard of War plushie. Like that's what he wants. So not only is Jar a fucking sex pest and probably most definitely wanted to fuck a pedophile, he's also most likely, maybe, who knows, potentially a zoophile. That's just an allegation. That's an allegation he should prove live if he wants to talk to anybody. I don't know. You know what? He should bring on Lily Orchard. They probably share a lot.
Oh my god. All right, sorry, I need to bring it back in. Okay, fucking come to VidCon, Jar, please.
We're ready. I'm going. We're ready.
Oh my god. It's gonna be the last time you ever talk to women and ask them to come back to your hotel and that you don't have a gun.
Also, by the way, Jar, this is satire. I know you don't know what funny jokes are. This is a funny joke.
Oh my god. Put Jar in a jar. There's no space. Illuminati takes up all the space with their fat ass. Okay. All right. I'm done. I got it out of my
Locked
system.
in.
It'll probably come back again.
Listen, if he responds, I'll
We're on the same
I hope he responds. I know he knows who I am.
page. I think my last question, unless you want to jump in and add anything else near the end, is so we're having this conversation in 2023. This was events about mostly almost 10 years ago at this point, like 7 or 8. Like, were you hoping this story wouldn't get back to me, or did you even think of
Yeah, if I tell, okay, Jesus Christ. Were you hope, dude, he probably told a joke and just didn't even think about it again. All right. He probably wasn't thinking nothing.
about like the implications of any of that?
Well, I mean, of course, at the time I didn't, wouldn't have wanted to reach you because my understanding was that at least with the people I was talking to, no one was talking to you. And, and that was that. I only recall ever telling the story maybe 3 times. And those other times was usually because someone else egged me on to tell it.
Right,
But
right. So
it wasn't a habitual thing. I wasn't like going on to podcasts and telling the story or whatever like that.
Going on to a podcast and talking about how you jerked off in your friend/boss's bathroom.
Also, I want to point out, he's admitting to saying it multiple times. He does not. He could lie. Like what? He could lie that he said it multiple times. He's being honest here. Again, I still think what he said is really disgusting, and I don't condone you ever say this about your boss or someone you're mad about, but Jesus Christ.
You know,
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
at least enough self-control to
Like
not.
he would bitch about me because I wouldn't give him his panel or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I appreciate that at least.
What the fuck? Listen, lady, let's litigate one thing at a time here, all right? I'm sorry, there were, some guy was mad that he didn't get the panel in a room of 20 other bronies.
So just so you
No.
Okay. I think I had one more question, but so you just kind of assume that, I'd never hear about it, right?
Well, I think
Like-
anyone would, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, did it ever crush?
Yeah, of course, I'd never, if somebody was actually talking shit about me, I would be upset if I heard it, right? Or, I mean, I don't really know how I feel about this. I think I'd be a little weirded out and grossed out, and then I just probably wouldn't say anything and not talk to that person. But, like, we're talking like a decade later, you find out. It's just like, I don't really, like, outside of going, I'm not gonna fucking associate with that motherfucker again. And then leaving. I don't, like, what are you actually supposed to do? Okay, because she's trying to litigate something that has no, it's just people's gossip from a decade ago. Like, the statute of limitations on this Gooning incident has long since passed.
Trying to kind of bring up the story, and confess to me privately.
There's multiple pony OCs of me, which is pretty ridiculous. I know
love my pony OC.
Beetlepins has done one of me. There's like Lunar's done one of me.
I love my pony OC. I didn't know that, like, the ponies who have ADHD, they have wings. I wouldn't fucking know.
The ponies who have ADHD have wings.
Yeah, allegedly that's like in the pony fandom. They've internalized that, like, the wingy ones are the ones that are like zippity doo dah day.
Okay.
And like just going all over the place. Fuck if
That's
I know.
nice.
Clip clop.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. Don't clop. That's a different activity. I know about that one.
Yeah, so do I.
Like that the situation happened, that I wouldn't have to hear it from a third party.
Well, to be honest, I hadn't even thought about the story until you messaged me the other day. That was the
Right.
first time I'd even thought about it, because I haven't told it in gotta be 5 years at this point.
Okay.
And genuinely, the only reason I didn't is because I didn't think about it.
What is this melon propaganda? Okay. We're not the melon stream is next week, guys, okay? Listen, I know you want it, but the more you ask for it, the less you're gonna get it. Okay?
Reaching you, one, and two, we weren't really on speaking terms, so and even if I did, I don't know how I would even approach the whole thing.
Melon
It just
stream
never
just a week away.
crossed my mind, because around that same time I would have stopped telling it is when I, made an active effort to fix myself. So I wasn't really thinking of toxic shit like that at
Right.
all.
Okay. I appreciate your
So
honesty.
that's an error on my part. I definitely should have brought that up sooner, but it just, after everything, I just completely fucking forgot I ever told that shit.
Right. Okay. I think those are all my questions for now.
Wait. I have this is something that I don't understand. Why does KP thinks that you need to precog apologize to her? Like, you're gonna, like what the fuck are we supposed to do? Like, listen, again, not that, like, saying that he should have done this. I want
Which
to make
will
that very
occur
clear.
first, the melon stream or another
But he's
salad
openly
in
saying,
the
listen,
microwave?
you're right.
Place your
you're
bets now
and you
in
want to know
the
the
Discord.
fucked up part that pisses me off about this call? She's like, thank you. Okay, she's accepting his apology at every turn.
I mean, she's kind of, is she accepting an apology? I feel like she's kind of hand waving it away anyway.
She is hand waving it, but the reality is that she is accepting it, and he believes she's accepting it. That's the problem. Oh, also, he didn't know this call was recorded.
Of course he
should make
didn't.
the-
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know this call was recorded. And she would use this call and send it to his employers.
Wow.
Exactly why. That's how he found out this call was recorded. He sent it to his employers.
Okay, so that's how it ended up, because it got spread around so much. That's how it ended up
Uh-huh.
on this stream right this instant.
She would because the knowledge would be in the public document, and then she would be emailing them, being like, "So what are you going to do about it?" She was like, "I don't accept your response of not firing him enough."
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's kind of, even as like an employer, I mean, I guess you could just like fire. You don't really need to give a reason, but like, if you're not crazy, you'd look at this and go, what am I supposed to do? Like, unironically, like, what are you supposed to do? There's nothing reasonable you can mandate on somebody for something so old.
You know, so have you told any, like, well, never mind. I guess that answers my question. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Well, I mean, again, besides, profusely apologizing for it and rest assuring you that I'm not that person anymore and haven't been for quite a few years. So.
Okay. Well, I remember my question. So were you aware that I got diagnosed with PTSD?
Oh.
Told you.
Oh my god.
Who gave you the PTSD? Say it. Say his name. Say his age, even.
We are New York. We are black. We are gay. We are
gay.
disabled. We are new in town.
And I'm here.
From everything?
I did not know that.
Are you aware that I have a service dog now that I need?
You got a service dog. Yeah. This is making me ableist.
Listen, Diesel. You gotta understand. She is torturing that service dog by having to hear her voice every fucking day of its life.
Oh my god, dude. Oh.
I did not know that either.
Okay, 7 years later. So he's right here. His name's Toby. He's a good
Dude, you're talking about gooning in front of your dog? That's crazy. That's just
if
like
you
the
need to
6-year-old.
pad out time on the melon
Yeah, I was about to say, but you have
let
no
me know.
consideration for his
I can
child
wash
being in the
some with my
room.
biceps.
What the fuck are you saying, you fucking dirty bitch? This is like the second time I've heard this.
She's like Francine from American Dad Wasn't Sexy. That's really fucking brutal.
could mean he's asleep right now. But like, I guess what my personal frustration is that, you know, I was suffering so hard and you were kind of
I was suffering so hard.
like unbeknownst to me, like kind of rubbing the dirt in my eyes behind my back, which kind of
She rubbed the dirt in her eyes to her face.
my trauma stuff anyway. So I guess that's kind of the part that also kind of disgusts me. And I'm sure you were kind of using my name as credibility on a professional level in some way. And you were, you know, like you were using that to basically, I mean, to be honest, to get gigs on some level. I'm sure it's on your resume. So
who would put you on their resume, unironically? I hate to tell you this, but your channel is not going to look impressive to a lot of people. It's just not. Oh my God. I know, because I've lived that experience as a creative professional. It's just not.
I guess I'm just kind of a little personally frustrated, like at the very least that those things were happening simultaneously, and that you're like, I'm sure you're aware of it now, but your anger directed towards me and those and that to the point of that story, like, you know, was going on by the time where I was really, really suffering. I had a 2017, a year after, I had to be hospitalized clinically for 2 weeks. So I'm not saying
because of Michael Boggs' PTSD inducing child. I'm gonna kill myself. There's a kid leaking things from my Discord.
that to be like, whoa, poor me, poor victim. I'm just trying to.
No. That's valid.
Yeah.
Like
But
it's no more different than what I was saying. Is that because I also suffered a mental breakdown a few years ago. And
Oh my god. I can't. Everybody's like, I have a mental breakdown.
I can't use Diesel for a reference. What's the point of that podcast? We never release episodes of then.
Listen, buddy, there's another podcast episode coming out tomorrow, okay?
and had to be properly psychiatrically evaluated. And I have a therapist now. I'm on antidepressants.
Oh my god.
So I understand.
Okay, I mean, I don't need to read you too much, but my vibe is there might be some, like, don't take this as an insult at all. This is not meant to be an
Oh my god. This bitch is gonna be like, I'm allowed to tell my trauma, but you're not allowed to tell yours. 100%.
insult, but there might be some autism at play. I don't even.
This might. Are you okay?
Let it play. Let it play. Let it play.
Even know if that's crossed your mind. But
No, that's true. I just never disclosed that to people out of habit, really.
okay, well, I think that explains why you might have been, pigeon. I don't know what the expression is, but you might not have been focused on how it was affecting me. It was just kind of like you.
No, that's fair.
Kind of thing.
You might be autistic because you weren't taking my emotions into account a decade ago.
And not only that, she gives him an excuse. She says, "You know what? That makes a lot of sense why you didn't come up to me. Your autism."
Yeah, she kind of absolves him of sin there.
Yeah,
he gets baptized in the well of Orbeez or whatever they baptize autistic people in.
They put them in train. They put them in coal for trains, really. Baptism by fire, they say.
So but I'm glad you're aware of that at least. Like I'm sure there's a lot of.
I apologize for not disclosing that to you.
I apologize for being autistic, says the man. Oh my god. Well, now it just looks like she's bullying an autistic guy.
But, that's also technically a childhood trauma thing, is that people would treat me differently if they knew I had that, so I usually kept it secret.
Right. Well, I'm just saying for me, like, I don't think you need to be embarrassed. It's just kind of who you are. So.
Jesus Christ.
Like, if that.
This is outrageous. She's like therapying this entire thing now. Oh my god.
She's forgotten why she's mad at him almost.
She did autism out him. That is true.
Not
also,
anymore.
before anybody says anything, because this is not a HIPAA violation. So some people were kind of saying it. I know soy people will come to this thing. Soyer than I will ever be. He has let it slip. She made a cold read. She is not his former employee. She's not his employer anymore. Not even former. This is a friendly conversation. I want to get that out of the way before I fucking see that comment again.
But at the time, I definitely would not have told you.
Not the misogynist,
Well, no, that was just toxic masculinity.
Ay, Dios mío, pendejo. Ay, Dios. Ay. Oh, boy. Oh, God. Oh, boy. What's so funny is that the people who come across this stream and are like, wow, this guy is really sexist. This guy is really fucked up. And people will say that about me, chat, tonight. I guarantee you there will be comments like that on this VOD where people are like, this guy's really fucking offensive. But you guys who are around here know that could not be further from the truth.
What do you mean you can't be sexist? You let a woman on stream. You never do that.
Well, sometimes she invites herself on. You're right.
Yeah, well, that's what misogyny is.
What?
That's what. Okay, well, listen, lady, don't woman-splain misogyny to me. I'm an expert in it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Jesus Christ, lady, end the call.
I mean,
Before he tells us that he's got cancer, he's gay, and he's doing town.
I feel like I've covered most of the ground, and I'm glad we had this talk at least to sort of square things away.
Does any of your other friends know?
Why? Why?
You mean the people you work for and with?
Dude, she's just like, it's so obvious she's trying to get a rap sheet of everybody he knows. Like, it's so obvious she's up to turning tricks right now, man.
Like this happened in their circle?
This?
This, yeah.
The only people that would know would be my family because they had to console me from the stress of the texts.
Oh my god, this is actually cartoons. This is cartoon behavior. I swear to God, you couldn't write this shit in a movie. Okay? This is stranger than fiction. Holy shit.
But I didn't really divulge anything.
My dear wife, I'm being canceled for gooning in a joke 10 years ago.
And I called Sean to say that
What's the Bill Burr joke about the Me Too where it's like, I think we got them all. Oh my god, this is such a bad call to leak, dude. Holy shit.
And this is only one part of this entire video. I also know she did allegedly an interview with somebody. I'm gonna send you a DM of who it was.
Okay.
Where are you? All right, DM sent. Have fun with that one.
Oh boy. You know what? I can't even disrespect it. It happens.
People have mocked my obsession with the cartoon analysis community, but now you understand. You all understand.
Yes, Beckett.
We were missing out.
I have 2 more streams planned on this video. But the other allegations from the video.
Oh, is my keyboard dead? Fuck. Hold on, I'm stuck here.
No,
I want to respond to you about that message you just sent me.
Chat, I need to tell you guys something that
is that out? Is that out yet?
It is out. It's on their second channel. I only said it just because it's funnier for everyone to find it. They were in the
What? Why them? Why them?
I think it's because these people will speak to anybody. Like anybody. Again, I will say this: YouTubers are really susceptible to just reaching out to them. If you reach out to somebody, they will just do it. I'm not saying that I've spoken with people, but I've spoken with people just by being.
Yeah, but the thing is, I reach out to people; they don't answer my emails.
That's because you have a reputation. I have nothing. I am just 1,000K channel. I'm so unimportant.
Things
at the jar.
are kind of fucked. Was going to talk to you and hope that we could square this away.
How much?
Because he was a person who would have known about the situation before. So
Right. How much did you tell Sean? Just the TLDR, or did you
I gave him a TLDR. I didn't divulge. I didn't say what you said verbatim or anything. I just said that this happened and that we were going to talk about it and that I hope it goes well.
All right. So I don't really have anything else that I feel comfortable saying at this point, but I'll just leave with good luck and make
Good luck.
No, no. Back up. You're gonna miss keto content. You need to hear the whole phrase.
So I don't really have anything else that I feel comfortable saying at this point, but I'll just leave with good luck and may God have mercy on your soul.
Animation community, they're all the
Dude, holy shit. Girl, what?
And this too shall pass. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Again, she is forgiving him.
You know, for people who say friendship is magic, there ain't no kindness here.
All those things together. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, have a good night. And I think I'm going to limit my communication with you for obvious reasons, but
no, that's perfectly reasonable, and I understand.
I cannot believe this lady at all right now. This lady.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. Okay.
I appreciate the same. You be in good health.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm much healthier, but it took a very long time for me to get here.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Lots of very deep trauma therapy.
Yeah, I think you need some more.
I'll be legit. Get more trauma from this controversy. I don't care anymore.
Padded room. Right this instant. Grippy sock vacation.
Fuck me.
Oh.
And I'm very sorry you had to go through that.
I will limit our communications. Proceeds to try to get him fired. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like
I appreciate it, but it's I mean, it's not something I started talking about till relatively recently, but it really fucked up my relationship with my family, or at least complicated it. And it's been
hiring a minor fucked up her relationship with her family. I swear to Christ, maybe they were just embarrassed of you. Fucking spoiler.
Harder than I've let on publicly, so I appreciate you saying that.
No, it's all good.
Dude, this long-winded goodbye is killing me. Just hang up the fucking call.
Christ, it's like the fucking conversation needs a fucking post-credit scene.
Jesus Christ.
All right, well, I'll let you go. So just keep all that said. Good luck, and hope it goes as as painlessly as it can. All right.
This lady's like, I hope me ruining your life goes as painlessly as possible.
Yep, that'd be great.
All right, cool. Bye.
That call has made me violently more sexist and ableist.
Yeah, it's made me all those things too, anonymous chatter. No, okay, unironically, putting on my woke cap this instant. Yeah, fucking what she's doing, unironically, she'd be one of those people that's like, I'm an ally, I'm a girl's girl, girls get it done type people, right? What she is doing is unironically some of the most problematic, demonstrably destructive behavior against women, okay? This is why women who have serious shit happen to them don't get believed, because people like her want to make themselves the most important person ever, okay? And it discredits all women because of the behavior she exhibits, okay? Like, if she actually cared, she would put a lot more effort and thought into the things she says, and she wouldn't put out such egregiously, bad content. KP seemed to have no issues being friends with Lily Orchard for years and years until it became an issue recently.
It did. And it's what's really, really interesting. And this is a fun fact. She recontextualizes a lot of her interactions with Lily as forcing romantic interests on her. Interesting.
Unsurprising. We're literally only 8 minutes into the video.
Yep. This video, 9 hours. I was doing this for 9 hours.
So once I was informed of this information and got Chris admitting to it, I sent that proof to Saberspark through mutual friends and to DA Games. After reaching out twice and waiting months for any private
Interesting.
messages,
All the
I
apologies.
eventually
He sent it to his job.
received someone at DA Games in their totally real HR department that totally exists. Even though I
Maybe it does exist. You don't know that. They got 2 million subs. They might actually have staff.
They do have staff.
Yeah, look at that website. That's the kind of site that would require staff.
Also, your HR should not be public on staff. Public on the site. It's just a contact us page, woman. What the fuck?
That's totally not run by Will's roommate, who's financially dependent on him.
Okay, first of all HR is dependent on their boss, but what? HR is dependent on the person who pays them? God. Here I was thinking HR is actually this complete outside entity that operates from outside the structure of a company. That's crazy.
Again, I'll say this again. Fuck Will. We'll get there, but we'll get there.
Yeah, the stuff you told me about Will was not good. But it's
no!
Starting it that way is just like, boy, if you're really just setting up for failure.
And for the record, I assumed Chris knew he was being recorded because it was a call about...
No, most people don't assume that you actually don't. Drama YouTubers are an exception. I know, because that's what I do, okay? But brother, in your community, are you serious? Do you really expect people to do that?
She allegedly has a reputation for recording calls.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Still, they're not going to be people that are seasoned to know those things. So I would understand if they don't know, right? KP got tons of grace back in the day. From what I remember, she got attacked by Horse News, who were unironic neo-Nazis, and Lily did a defense video of her. It's insane. This is the outcome years later. Oh man, I can't believe Horse News does radical neo-Nazis at Horse News.
Oh, no. Safety. It only gets worse from here.
I'm gonna need every last drop of this.
Let's bring a political comparison. For those who forgot or are not American, good for you. The 2016 leak of the Hollywood Access tape was a big deal. In a bus, we have an arm.
Oh my god. There's no way she's gonna re-explain the locker room grab him by the pussy talk.
Diesel, it goes on for literally 2 to 3 minutes. Just speed.
Okay,
I'm telling you right now, up to speed.
Yeah, I quite literally just talked about this.
I don't know if you noticed, but in the call, she actually refers to it as
yes, because she was probably writing it already when she went to go speak with him.
Yup.
Man who shall not be named, and Billy Bush, a member of the Bush family. He's a cousin of President George W. Bush, or as my Gen Z audience would know, the shoe guy.
Who throws a shoe? Honestly.
The shoe guy? Who the fuck knows George Bush is the shoe guy? I'm sorry, but like, why?
Bush did 9/11. Like, well, that's the
you
joke.
You know him as the 9/11 guy.
Orange Man was talking about women in an inappropriate way. Google it if you want to. This whole script is giving me a fucking headache.
Dude, Orange. God, you're such a fucking millennial. Holy shit. No offense.
You're fine. You're part of this.
Now, even though this was in 2005 and leaked in 2016, and even though Billy Bush was now working for the Today Show and not Hollywood Access, where the tape was obtained, Bush was still fired on moral grounds, not contract obligations. It seems like keeping him on staff would be a bad look for the Today Show, despite this happening over.
Wait, time out. I need to explain contracts for somebody. Now, this is pissing me off. Moral grounds, moral and ethical violations. While this was a moral obligation, is a clause to easily fire someone when you don't have an excuse to do it. I'm sorry to tell you, sometimes contracts are composed in a way so you can easily fire someone.
Mm-hmm.
Because morals are dependent on whom it is. Like, for instance, Colin Kaepernick released from the NFL. That was technically a quote moral firing, though they tied it into his own his own statistics. So they weren't that bad because he would take a knee. Granted, whatever side of the political spectrum you're on, that's still a quote moral firing by that organization's standards.
And I think an important thing to notice is like, and I brought it up earlier, but I'll reiterate it, is maybe this isn't the correct term, but the economies of scale here, right? If one of those guys, like the guy who works for Hollywood Access, is fired from the Today Show, people know who he is. He's not going to be hurting for work, okay? If Donald Trump was never president and he got fired from The Apprentice, he would not be hurting for work, okay? If a random Glepshido VA is fired on moral ground, he's probably not going to ever find work again. It's just not. So to compare them is ridiculous because the kinds of people we're talking about here literally live in two different worlds. If you hate this video, you'll hate Lily Orchard's videos even more.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
You know, this whole video is darkly ironic about its topic and accusations, considering KP works with Chris Chan in what, like a professional capacity? What?
Okay. So let's have this conversation because I knew someone was going to bring it up. Yes, Chris Chan was in the premiere. Said one thing in the chat. Second, Chris, why did you fucking copyright strike the? That's crazy. Third, I can't believe I have to. Yes, I know the was there. I know they talked to each other on Twitter. I get it. Here's my overarching take. Chris Chan has been deemed a ward of the state and served their time for having sexual relations for their mother. They are deeply mentally ill. This is a completely different case. It is what it is.
Dude, this lady's like, the Gooning story, no go. Sex with your mother, fair game.
I mean, you know, one of her best friends wrote about, Wincest.
You know, it ain't KP's first time at Incest Ranch.
So I find this before his contract excuse to be weak at best. The ironic thing is, Bush was mostly going along with what was said. Chris actually did more than Bush did and suffered less consequences. As well, if Chris told the story multiple times, I would assume one of those times was after his contract was signed. But don't worry, Chris can still run for president.
What if I told you there's another real world cutaway right after this one, and it's even more crazy and doesn't just play it, brother. We don't got time.
Okay, oh my God. I'm not the only person using this link.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Was it like
Philosopher, thank you. And also thank you for using the Stream Elements link where they send me 90% of the revenue instead of 60% from YouTube.
You know, because we've talked I talk about this all the time. You know that if you use Ko-Fi instead of Patreon, you make like a lot more, and nobody knows that because of the conversion
but
they
like
use.
everybody uses Patreon. That's the problem, right? Like everything's on there.
I know someone told me to make one. I'm like, I'll show the dog pics.
Yeah. Dog pics. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
The
Not
tangents
the
are worse
dogs.
than my streams. I'm so proud. You're saying that like you raised me. I'm your senior here, okay? Let's not forget.
Am I not older than the both of you?
Yeah, but you're technically my children.
back home after the tape had been released to face your daughters, your wife? What was that moment like for you?
Well, the initial moments were total chaos. The paparazzi were never interested in me before, and now they're outside the gate and ready to go. But once we settled and got to connect, there was a powerful moment. My now 16-year-old daughter called me, and she was in tears, and she was really upset. And I said, Mary, it's going to be okay. Don't worry. And she said, no. Why were you laughing at the things that he was saying on that bus? Why were you playing along with that? It wasn't funny. I said, Mary, I am sorry, and there is no good answer for that.
If you take another extreme example, do you guys...
What else is he supposed to say? Not to be that guy, I'm not really gonna relitigate that, I'm not co-signing what Donald Trump said, but if somebody says something fucked up, what do you want them to say? I'm sorry. What else do you want them to do? I don't know. There's nothing really else he can make them do.
You guys remember the Michael Vick controversy? For those who don't know, American...
Oh my god, she is such a millennial. She is
You know
such a fucking millennial.
The worst part is, if you know the lore about Michael Vick, fun fact, he paid his debt to society
Yeah,
and got his job back.
Michael Vick served his time, but also again, Michael Vick is Michael Vick. He's not fucking Glepshino Chris.
In football, player Michael Vick was caught running a dogfighting ring. You know, where they
You know what?
puppies.
I think this is subliminal messaging because she's talking about dogs when she's really the bitch. I think that's what it is.
Okay, listen, buddy. You're supposed to be the soy translator.
Fucking Christ! I'm done with it. I've done this again.
And make them fight to the death for gambling purposes. Why would you do that? I'm pretty sure there's no clause in his football contract.
You know what's really funny? We need to fucking buffet all this dog fighting sad talk with a terrible cutaway gag.
That says don't do that, but he was also fired on moral grounds. Imagine consequences for your actions. At the very least,
he went to jail.
I'm sorry,
he got fired on moral grounds?
lady. Do you make a living doing this, KP? Because like, if you have a job, if I turn this around on you, I'm pretty sure that like anybody on the internet could get you fired on moral grounds. It wouldn't be that fucking hard. Okay, like.
Looking at the views on our channel, she definitely don't make a living off doing this.
Yeah, I'm sure her job definitely doesn't want to know about her fucking incest, weird, fucking impossible fetish. Oh,
she's self-employed. She's self-employed.
Okay, let's be real.
They probably all take a crash course.
Let's be real. You know her ass is on disability.
Oh yeah, because she has PTSD from a 16-year-old.
I know. She's gaming the system.
Guys, you gotta think about it. Like, listen, if children gave everybody PTSD, fuck it, I'll go on disability at this point. You ever get punched in the nuts by a 5-year-old? It sucks.
Chris was being truthful. Saber and Will wasn't there to hear these conversations. This happened before he was hired somehow. I'm glad a whistleblower came forward, but even so, if this is how someone is talking about women, shouldn't you tell their future bosses? Does an employee talking about women in this unethical way make the company look bad? I mean, this isn't just a slip of the tongue. This is a purposeful attempt to objectify women due to bitterness and self-esteem issues, and should be taken seriously in any.
You have bitterness and self-esteem issues, you stupid.
Diesel, when you went for your job interview, because you're now gainfully employed, did you go and say, guys, listen, I was in an alt-right group and there were 2 Puerto Ricans, a Dominican and a Mexican, and the president was a white guy. I'm not that guy anymore.
No, I don't even bring it up because it's not relevant to an interview. Oh my god. Say the word. Yeah, you're a stupid whore. There, happy.
Workplace, even a virtual one like YouTube. And the fact that DA Games and others value Chris's safety and privacy more than holding him accountable makes me worry, because this is harassment. And I don't have to.
It's 10 years ago, lady. It's 10 years ago, and it wasn't. He didn't say it to you. He said it to just random other people, and you didn't find out about it until fucking a decade later.
New developments. I posted part of the email exchange on Twitter again, and that blew up, I guess. DA Games released a statement due to public pressure. If not,
then die. What do we do? Argue with
Thank you, Beck.
Yes, happy now.
Wait, is that how you get? Is that how Beckett does the thing? Okay, you whore.
Oh my.
I expect a retroactive one on the up block. Thank you very much.
God. Like there's so many other things before firing a staff member that could happen when something like this happens, right? So like, let's say, you know, something like that happens. Maybe the employee is like forced to go through a training, right? Where they learn about all those things that you expect them to already know about, right? Like, here's how consent works. Does this happen in the workplace? How do you respond? Blah, 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 right? Those trainings, they could be like told by their employer to do this or that or the other thing. There are like steps before firing someone that can happen that do not involve, you know, the public needing to know. Which, by the way, if a company lets an employee go, they don't need to make a fucking Twitter post. Not everything that happens in a business needs to happen on twitter.com. Okay?
Also, this is like a side note. So she's asking DA Games to fire. I believe she will read the email. From what I understand, DA Games, not every member, but I believe its home base is located in the UK. I do not know what the labor laws are like in the UK. I don't know if they're able to just immediately fire somebody without an internal investigation.
From what I know, the labor laws are a lot more robust there, so they probably couldn't even just fire someone off a rip, and it'd have to be an investigation, from what I've heard. But also, not a UK-based lawyer, but to be frank, we're dealing with the Kim Possible lady here, so...
12 minutes.
Then they would have released their statement a year ago when this email exchange took place. Chris is going away on work training.
Yeah, exactly what I just said.
He's not satisfied.
He's going on way on work training. I was hoping that he had his career taken away, actually.
Just say you want life ruination.
Yeah, just
say you don't want a child to eat.
Just say it with your chest.
Field.
Just say it with your chest. Like, Jesus Christ.
She does not want his child to have food. I just want to put, like, what? Or if he has a child. I don't know what the 6-year-old is. I'm just saying.
Of that, please, because you've already been pretty untruthful to me. I think you guys are just trying to wait until this all dies down and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
Okay, now we're just getting to... I don't even know what...
Chris's statement also came out, which is really respectful. Calling me an employer.
Wait, were you not?
So I just got here.
You
So
said
did
in the
Saber
call
Spark
you were his
do
employer.
Yeah, you said in the
to
call
son
you
in
were
the
his
workplace
employer.
during work hours.
Chris's statement
Let's
came out.
see. It has come to my attention that a former acquaintance and employer has made some allegations about me, and I'm here to clear things up. As I don't want direct... So you know why she's saying that... Wait, so she's saying that she's not an employer now because she doesn't pay, right? And she's trying to use that to, like, lessen his... Make him look like he's less truthful than he is what I'm guessing.
Partly, yeah.
Yeah. I was not going to acknowledge the situation, but since people who I care about are being dragged into the situation, I feel it's best to make a statement. First of all, I want to once again apologize for them for what I said in confidence in the past. The joke I told was immature, appalling, and not a reflection of who I am today. It was conjured up out of spite and anger for someone who had mistreated myself and many close friends in the past. And it was only meant as a, quote, locker room joke for those who were upset and burned by Blue. It was inexcusable, and I am sorry. Content warning, the next paragraph is inappropriate. The tasteless joke goes like this. I was in a hotel room, sitting on the toilet, pleasuring myself, when in the middle of ejaculating, I lost balance and fell, landing face first on a pair of underwear, which belonged to Blue. This joke is not based in reality. It never actually occurred, and Blue was told this when they asked about its validity. Although the intention of the joke was to make it more my expense instead of theirs, it hurt and disgusted them when told to them long after I had stopped telling this joke many years ago. How it affected them is more important, not my intentions. I had not been working for Blue when this poor excuse for a joke was created, nor was I telling it in my employment to other individuals. So for them to be accosted at all is not right. This is a matter between Blue and myself. With all this fucking rigmarole this guy has gone through, he might as well have fucking just actually jerked off. This event might as well have just actually happened. Jesus Christ.
Which is really respectful. Calling me an employer.
Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic.
And then trying to make himself the victim.
What are you, sarcastically an employer? Do you or
not-
do you not have people work for you and then allow them to use them as references? Like, you've done that. I would gladly be a reference for any of my mods. I mean, it's not like paid work because you're just moderating a Discord server, but like, if you needed it, I'd do it because it's like, we homies, and I'll talk you up real good.
Can I get a, I'm working on something. There's this guy named Just a Robot. I really need you to talk me up to him. He's a podcast co-host.
Chris, if you felt mistreated, this is the first I'm ever hearing about it. So politely.
That's not true.
That's
you
a
heard
lie.
it in the
That's a
call!
lie. That's a lie. That's just a lie. This is bitch. Why would I want to listen to anything she has to say about Saber Spark or DA games when that's just straight up wrong?
Talk to me directly or shut the fuck up.
You need to shut the fuck up.
I know we have this dude bro culture around YouTube entrepreneurs who have never been to business school before and don't know about good company
Oh,
ethics.
guys, you gotta understand that she's been to business school.
As far as Chris, I would hope he gets an official investigation into his character from both parties. And as a
Oh
lead
my god, you need to get a fucking hobby, bitch.
with the Billy Bush example, possibly terminated. I don't know if Chris has personally changed or what his character is now, or if there are any other victims out there.
My Little Pony is over. Get a new fixation.
But do you really want this kind of guy to be representing your company?
Dude, he's a little fucking... Dude, you just know that he would absolutely kill it in high school band.
Work in the media industry is a privilege. Why protect sexual harassers? Even if it's just a dumb internet job. And I know, this all...
She kind of has like her own medallion with that Discord necklace she has.
I said that on stream the other time. Yeah.
It looks like the medallion too.
I mean, Chris Chan can send her one. They're best friends.
Oh, boy.
Sucks. Hearing this is probably gonna suck. Working on this video has sucked real bad. I've cried a lot. But it seems like that minors are in threat of being preyed on. Will himself has done some suspicious behavior.
Oh,
and it's
something real funny about the editor cutaway. None of the editors wanted to be credited on this video.
Wow, I wonder why. I wonder why. How has this lady not gotten reamed even more? Is she getting reamed or not?
She is. Okay, so from what so if you look at the Twitter and from what I've been told privately, she is getting reamed for it. A lot of the people that were on her side regarding some of the DA game stuff, who actually were in the DA game servers and provided her information, are now very upset with her. I know, obviously, Brony Fan don't, and allegedly the accuser are also very upset with her.
Wow, it's amazing how she actually made everybody on all sides mad at her.
seems like nothing's going to change unless it's talked about in a bigger way.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this
Stop
anymore.
doing this shit. I don't want to fucking just get through this shit.
So that's
Not
why
yet.
we're here.
Time
Point zero,
padding.
disproving KP rep. For some reason, people think I'm unqualified to do this, or have false information.
Yeah, I actually want to know how you're qualified to do this, actually.
Remember, she said she never did this before.
Things that have happened in the past, they are using to make a judgment on this case, and that's concerning. So let's go ahead and disprove some KP is bad stuff. For example, when this was trending on Reddit,
Disprove some KP is bad stuff. This is Yonder and Dev posting, dude. This is the Yonder and Dev posting. Has she done a video addressing all of her dramas?
Yes, she has.
Of fucking course she has. Of course she
specifically
has.
the one where she mentions that a 16-year-old former
You know, I
employee
think she
just
has
didn't do enough
autism.
work. No, she's a therapy dog. What do you mean? It's for her PTSD. It's definitely not because she may or may not have fetal alcohol syndrome. You know, it's just a theory. You know what? Honestly, if you pull the picture back up, maybe she has Habsburger chin.
Oh my god!
Chat, you can look up that. Look up what that
you're
is.
trying too hard. You're trying too hard. When I compared her to white chicks, that was just naturally.
I mean, Lily Orchard. You know, Chris Chan.
You know what's crazy? I think Yonder and Dev has a better video than this. His apology or...
Oh, God. I mean...
I got comments like this. And if that's still not enough for you, listen to this.
And another aspect that I didn't really take into account until rather recently is that on top of all the work that the team members are having to do, there's something to be said for all the work that goes into managing those team members. I can't imagine it must be an easy job, because you have to make sure that...
You know how fucking difficult it is? Managing people is really fucking difficult. But also, it's kind of like not that hard if you're not like an idiot and like just take notes and stuff. So it's just like, I don't know how she's had such an absolute disaster of behavior. Like, I don't...
or pay them.
Or pay them. I mean, I could understand, like, oh, I'm going to edit for free from this YouTuber because she is kind of small, but, like, some of the shit she's, like, doing is pretty fucking complicated.
Everyone is on the same page.
Like, this video isn't really that well edited. No. I probably wouldn't pay more than, like, I don't know. I wouldn't pay a lot. That's crazy, Diesel. Managing people is easy. So wrong. Makes me want to say no in Japanese.
Do it.
Yeah, that's no. What are you trying to fish for here, Beckett?
Everything, all the time. Everyone's keeping up to date with progress and is generally handing things in on time. All while trying to keep them happy.
What in
and
Japanese?
make them feel like they're in a
He means what in Japanese? What?
Nani?
Nani.
You fuck.
Yeah.
Even I knew.
Nani was when I wasn't really managing things closely. And now I nip everything in the bud. Okay?
Well, to be fair, I get everybody fired, allegedly, so.
I think Discord mods just generate it, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit, so I'm not gonna lie.
My editors I manage really well, though. I'm actually kind of impressed.
Yeah, they definitely don't badger to train you from time to time.
Well, yes, but also they got the training, and there's another person being trained, but it was serendipitously, or not serendipitous, it was unfortunately stopped by an emergency call from a former character in a story.
Fuck off.
Working in.
You know, they sent me the video they uploaded today.
You need to share that with me. I'm not lying to you. I need to yell at it.
It was just they cold sent me the video. No message attached.
I hope the weed is...
Man, Falgi's crashing out. Can't hear him anymore.
And at that point, I said, look, I'm sorry I couldn't finish it, but I need to get back to my other work. And KP, she let me go. She didn't force me to stay. She didn't say, oh, you have to keep working for me. She said, okay, you can go. Maybe I'll contact you again later when you're not busy.
Started a channel to spread her opinions and built a team around her. I've seen her make mistakes, take them to heart, and return improved. She is a leader, so she must lead in the way she knows. But she is always ready to listen.
She just wants to have sex with her. Simp! Simp!
Oh boy. She probably has been accosted by a lot of guys in the brony community though. Because the ratio there must be pretty insane. So I would imagine it, but
Fucking giving her desk service live. Christ.
help, and when she is unsure, seek advice herself.
In the wake of all of this, I had the privilege of meeting some of Team KP, to which my initial reaction was,
She still has a staff?
and it's true, a bunch of real sweethearts, who in
man. So is she gonna nickel and dime over the term staff in this, or?
No, she'll just let her staff do the talking for her.
Okay, all right. Well, technically, if you want to be technical about it,
defiance of Twitter, reason, common sense.
it's
and
amazing how things kind of replay, and it's all like, it's like drama is like history. It rhymes, you know. Channeling George Lucas.
That's a Beckettism if I've ever heard it.
When resource statutes. Actually, still love I Love Kim Possible a lot. A lot. And take my word for it, they were just as nonplussed about all this leaks business as anyone. Actually, no, don't take my word for it. Why not go check out their page and get it from the various horses' mouths yourself? Darling people.
Ah, yes, the people who can't speak past the NDA love their boss. Whoopsies. Very many such cases. NDA, I love
wait.
my boss.
We have that NDA, right?
Yes, we do. I sent it to
Oh
you.
my god.
We have a copy of the contract. It has very curious language in the content. Very many such cases. It has my favorite line. Greg sent it to me. Oh, no, it was Killjoy. I think that sent it to me. Somebody sent it to me. Because it was maybe my favorite line of it. But you should have it if you don't have it.
Yeah, I think I have it. I'll find it. I was reading it earlier.
Yeah. Okay, so this is. I will just send this to you because this is allegedly in it. This is, I guess, word for word from what I understand. You could find it on your own.
There's a lot of stuff here.
The Applejack principle, I think, is the one that you would like. It's very funny.
Okay, but I want to pull it up on stream.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. If you want to do a...
Hold on, I gotta do a Control F search. Fucking there we go.
Oh my god, that NDA.
Oh my god. So this is it, right? That I pulled up?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I got this from a very reliable source that does not like her.
The Control F. The Applejack principle. This is a common mistake with new people, and it should be addressed. Many times, people accept too much work, overwhelm themselves, get frustrated due to stress, and quit. To avoid this, please take these steps, next steps with words of caution. Be aware of how much work you can take on. Weekly's editing is pretty much full-time, and smaller projects usually still require much work. For example, if you have a part-time job... Torture for every pony.
Diesel, are you gonna go mad and start yelling like CLP block?
Chat, one more donation, we get 2 fruits!
Like the
formerly known as Falgy.
Yeah, that's what I'm called. That's what I'm called in Beckett's server. Ay.
I don't think NDA should be a thing unless you're being well compensated. I agree. Also,
like
literally 9 times out of 10, every YouTuber who says they need an NDA does not need an NDA.
Sometimes if you commit wage theft, that might require an NDA too.
Oh no, I've covered Falchi up with the fruit. Let me move him above it. There we go. He's got to share space with the fruit now. He's in there with them. Be aware of how much work you take on. For example, if you have a part-time job, make that aware and imagine how much time you can devote to a project. Okay, am I crazy or is the grammar in this not amazing? Is it just that I've been streaming for a bit?
This is before Grammarly.
Okay. Make your limits known. Communicate these with your group head. Dude, this is way too much management for a channel. We could usually accommodate if you tell us ahead of time, and it saves much frustration and stress for everyone. What the fuck is this writing, dude? This should be like clerical clean writing. Why the fuck are we including this in the code of conduct?
I don't even know.
Ask for help if you need it. Don't be afraid to ask for something small or big if you need it. Don't be an Applejack. We have a department head for reasons. There's no reason for a YouTube channel with such a low number of subscribers to have department heads and teams led by the department head, okay? That's absolutely crazy.
I want to tell you guys that currently we are sitting in the year of our Lord 2025. Team KP, the channel, has 2,026k subscribers. That means that each and every one of you subscribe to the op block, we could kill Team KP. Let's go!
Put Falchi in the middle of the fruit, sure.
Again, like this is a 2,000 sub channel. Like, what are you doing? This is insane.
This is insane for a 2,000 sub channel.
Like Mama Max's fucking NDA makes more sense to this one. And that's in Discord.
The NDA for Mama Max is fucking hilarious. I think YouTubers don't understand what an NDA is. Like, at all. I'm not even saying that I understand it, but like, brother, every time I see it brought up, it's just like to keep somebody from talking shit about you. It's like, this is an agreement that you won't say that I'm a dumb bitch when you leave. All right, let me read this. Non-disclosure agreement. By agreeing to be on the team, you agree to a non-disclosure agreement, which means you cannot tell/share any information or materials to people outside of the team until the project is publicly and fully released. This includes holding your agreement while trailers, whips for projects are being publicly released. So generally, you are allowed to tell others that you are on the team and working in X department. Please also make sure that any WIP files are secure to a place you only have access to. The NDA agreement is still in effect if the individual leaves the team project at any time. What do you mean, in perpetuity? That's insane.
No.
Oh, you're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh. Technically, an NDA is to protect the company's secrets and valuable assets. Well, that's the reason I'm saying that most YouTubers don't need this, because they don't have any secrets, and they don't have valuable assets, and they don't run their business differently from one another.
Well, here's my thing, right? The way this NDA is also worded, that means once the project is fully released, you can shit talk it as much as you want. You can shit talk what happened on the project because the project's released. It's the way it's written. You're not asking to talk. Neither does the NDA discuss the internal workings of it. This NDA is shit.
It's bad and ridiculous. By agreeing to be on a team, you agree to at least 5 hours of work per week. Can range depending on the project schedule. Average is 10 to 20 hours. That's a part-time job. What are you doing? She gets this all for free. Damn, I should be less. I should pay people less.
These all. You don't even pay me anything.
I've paid you to write things, bitch.
I know. I'm fucking around.
Hold on, I need to see what's on this Team KP channel that's like taking up all these people's times.
I know. It's a different channel.
Okay, it's not even linked on hers. Team KP.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it definitely can't be that.
Space the K and the P. First one.
Weird Jasmine game ending gag blooper reel. 42 views 10 months ago. Eesh.
What's the Kim Possible one? Can you click on that one for me? I need to know the level of editing that goes into this.
It's a video compilation. Okay, so that's like a canned animation, so that was already there for a while, so they probably just added that in.
It's just reacting?
I don't know.
To Kim Possible news?
Okay, a lot of this is really easy. I could definitely do this. Like, if I were to actually break this down, I'm not gonna sit here and do that. If everybody can't, if we really can't stand this lady, I'll do another stream. But
oh, there's so much more, buddy.
But it's like this is just you're just doing a pull in. Like you can have those all canned and have those in like really quick. Dude, what is it with these guys and these fucking decade-old memes in their videos? Jar does this too, where he brings in all these memes that are like so geriatrically old, they should be fucking in the ground.
Yeah, the live-action movie was like what? I think it was like 5 years ago for Kim Possible. That's an insane thing.
Woo, so I guess we got an
So is this is actually just a compilation of her previous videos?
And they're short as fuck. In 2019, you need a video that reads 10 minutes, lady.
So that's like an hour's worth of nonsense.
What's their most recent one? It's a gag reel.
It is literally 2 minutes. I don't. This is gonna be rough if we watch this. You know that, right? It's gonna be rough.
Jesus Christ.
The microphone died, so we're using a separate microphone, but I have to record video.
Oh, neither of these people are KP. I'm so sorry.
Good thing I didn't click on one of the pictures that was Shigo and Draken in the Why? What is this? Why is this on Team KP? What is this?
Because she wants to make it like Smosh, I guess. Like, oh, look, you're not here for KP. You're here for her free team.
What is this? I okay. Okay. All right.
They were trying to. They were thinking, what did Saberspark do when they did this?
So, I never thought this is like a rare person. Like they don't make people like this anymore. I thought these people died out in the big Tumblr exodus. But this is like the people who would dress up as Homestuck characters at Comic-Con. You know what I mean? Holy shit. God, I won't rag on them too much. I just think it's really funny that these kind of people exist, but I've never ran into this kind of person ever. And I meet lots of different people, lots of really weird people, right? When I work at conventions, I don't even see stuff like this anymore. Like this Tumblr stuff on the wall, I don't see that, dude. Like, this cannot be what she has all these people grinding away in.
I guess they're in the content mill. Like, if Saberspark can do it, why can't her?
God. Let's see, project schedule, group. This is ridiculous.
Automatic firing.
Failing to... dude, you can be fired and you don't get any pay. This is all the downsides of a job with none of the upsides. Oh my god. Guys, if you're ever looking for work from a YouTuber and they hand you something like this, don't work for them.
Also, can I just say, like, firing is like, you lied. Yeah, you're gonna fire someone who lied on their fucking resume. They shouldn't get in the door.
Lying on it. Yeah, exactly.
like I get it. Yeah, like, I get it. Like, you lie on your resume that you know the Microsoft suite. Not terrible. I know Da Vinci. I drew on Kung Fu Panda 4.
Like, when I definitely had a business conversation when I brought on editors, and we agreed to a set amount, and I put that in writing in the chat when we were talking. But I didn't really I didn't write out some insane list. I was just like, just don't fucking do this or this and do this. And this is what I'm looking for. Can you do that? Yeah. Okay. Show me. Okay. You can do it. Okay. You got it. I'll give you work. It comes in monthly. I pay you at the end of the month, blah, blah, blah. And that's the entire conversation. Like, you don't need all this, like, this is insane. Like, this is insane. Like, if you're running an actual company, go right ahead. But this is not an actual company. Holy shit. Do your employees get shares in stock, Diesel? Yes.
Yes. We get shares. We get shares in Little Guys Inc. and candles. Diesel sells lots of beautiful candles. And we get
Fuck
shares
you.
in that.
I learned my lesson with contract.
I do not regret making it because at the time I truly believed I was doing something for the better good. Michael, this is
You don't look like that, OC. I guarantee you don't slay that hard. I'm sorry.
legal.
Did you really think no one would check? What, do you work
If you
for
do
IG?
slay that hard,
I
call
guess
me.
If you do slay that hard, call me. Yeah, but if you slay that hard, I didn't say that, and you should call me.
Fuck you.
I'm a big YouTuber. There's a power dynamic there.
Listen. I'm on the rise. Just saying.
Never underestimate the power of too long didn't read.
Can I get paid now, Rachel?
For those playing at home, the TLDR is that this
looks like
is
J-Reg.
utter nonsense, especially this bit.
But KP, what about this?
She was exposed as a manipulator and a user. Somehow, she managed to get an entire team of people
Minor spelling mistake.
to get to work on her projects. Only they didn't get any compensation for it.
God forbid people have hobbies. I guess every reanimator.
Yeah, you certainly don't use hobby language, man. I'm very fucking clear, man. I'm like, this is contract work. Sometimes I'm not gonna have work for you. I'll give you work when you give it. And if I have anything come up, I will suggest you. But I cannot supplement your entire fucking income. And it's just You know, it's just a nice, candid conversation. I don't make a lot. I don't. I know the donos come in. I really don't make a lot, okay? I make just as much doing this as I do teaching, so I make no money, especially in New York standards, okay? But this is ridiculous amounts of work for free.
What they don't tell you about streaming, your electric bill is woo! Also, you need a new goal.
Oh, true. I do need a new goal. Okay, gooning is now allowed in chat. The purge has begun.
Chat, you need to pay for Diesel's electric bill. Get the fuck around. Come to Jersey. I've offered him. I have said I will give him faster and more stable internet. He has denied me like he's Saint Peter and I am Jesus.
Peter Griffin. Freaky mode engaged.
Freaky mode?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to fucking make the next goal. I don't even know if it'll let me make it this too. Oh
Now,
my God.
freaky mode, I think will be fine.
You
think you can find like Roblox, like stripper
It
dancing or
doesn't. It doesn't
something?
let me add another like window because I only have 3 monitors and I'm taking up all the monitors already, so I can't add another window.
Take your shirt off. I don't know.
Just an anti-capitalism abomination. Discussed at length here.
I remember watching a video that she posted on YouTube a couple of years back.
Okay, the video that she references is the 16-year-old. The 16-year-old. She's complaining about a 16-year-old. I didn't make that really fucking clear.
And how she was a victim of stalking and her struggle.
Dude, if this is about some other people's rape, why is she making herself the victim 20 minutes in?
Because this video has been years in the making. Years.
PTSD, which she brings up like every time.
I hope you have a panic attack and your PTSD spikes because of this. Okay? I really do. I really do hope that service dog is putting in his fucking legwork. All right? Because if this is how you act, you kind of have it coming.
The opportunity, like what?
Shaming trauma victims probably wasn't your best move, my guy.
Yeah, I'll shame him again, you stupid fuck.
Your trauma is a 16-year-old being upset that you fired him at 16, and then you asking, where does he work now?
She only understands old memes from over a decade ago. Hold on. I don't care that you broke your arm, but instead, I don't care that a 16-year-old gave you PTSD.
But Diesel, leave KP alone!
Oh my God. She's gonna cry all over her Steven Universe pins and Doctor Who backpack. Dude, Pisces key, that's brutal.
Very.
Just saying.
She probably thought that because the fandom had died down a bit, nobody would go on the attack. She also had like a Twitter meltdown when she had to pay like for her own way into BronyCon. I think. I can't remember
The
which
tickets to
convention.
BronyCon are mad cheap too, so that's funny.
Because I didn't bother fact checking. Whereas other members of the Brunellus
Oh, it's elbow, not arm. Okay, yeah, true.
like Silver Quill got in for free. Really goes to show how much of a tight-knit group they all are when it comes to preaching about love and tolerance, like peace.
That's not what happened. Wrong! I was frustrated that BronyCon changed their minds about my guest spot based on false information, and they were informed it was false information from another convention head. It's very victim-blamey. More details here.
Everyone I don't like is a victim, blamer, abuser, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine, then I am all those things.
Which probably explains why people don't see her much after that with other committee members. All in all, KP just strikes me as just another individual who constantly acts like a spoiled child, who acts out when they can't get what they want.
This guy obviously doesn't know me because it's not really my character.
These types of
I don't really act like that. I'm a really understanding and kind person. Everybody I've met always says, oh my God, KP, you're so nice. And I've realized that I'm actually a really great person. Oh my God.
individuals
I read your
believe
message in a
that everything
bitchy tone.
should be,
Checkmate.
Like, handed to them with little or no effort, simply because they are recognized in a group or community. I know it sounds like I'm saying like hashtag burn the witch, but my actual point is
You know what?
I swear.
Hashtag burn the witch.
I swear, chat. Eventually, Saber Spark will come up. I promise.
Oh my god, dude. I've been live for 4 hours and there's no Saber Spark.
She's just another example of what happens when you let internet, or in this case, horse fame, go to your head.
Dude, horse fame.
Horse fame.
Listen,
You're part of a niche fucking community of pedophiles. Dude, Critic is rolling in his grave.
I've brought every pony here today to talk about I love Kim Possible a lot. I know every pony liked her, but she's not who she says she is. She's not who she says she is, people. I've seen her. I've seen her with Discord. All right. We know who that guy is. We don't like him. We don't like him, chat, now, do we?
Really, you're doing a Trump voice after she did a whole fucking Trump cutaway for 3 minutes? You fucking asshole. You fucking millennial Andy.
No, well, he's the president of the ponies, and he's telling every pony that she's bad.
I've seen her. I've seen her clapping to Chico extracting.
Chat, you just gotta grab her by the clip clop. It's okay.
Kim
Who's in
Possible.
call iron?
I love Kim Possible a lot. More like I love Kim Comes a lot. I'm just saying, people, many such cases, many such cases.
Who's in the call right now? Falgi. He's he was my soy translator, but I think he's becoming based. But yes, he is the op block. Go put the op block link in chat.
We slowly changed me.
Why would we work so hard on
We've deported all the Pegasus.
horse videos if they weren't fun? Because art and media are definitely only made for attention. More details here.
Oh my god. Wait, no, she thinks working for Exposure's good?
Yes.
Oh,
Is
boy.
Exposure bad? She made an entire video on.
You know, I've been mulling over whether or not I'm gonna work for Exposure with an artist who I like, by the way, and he's like a local artist, and I really don't want to do it because like I went to college and like I need to make a living. I'll probably end up working for free, but also if you can avoid doing it, chat, try and avoid doing it. Don't do it.
Your horse god.
I am your god now. Bring me your virgins.
This is a confrontation between someone who is supposed to be helping the team, but was actively leaking assets to the team and lying about it. And then they were caught. You can guess how this confrontation goes. But ladies and gentlemen, the day is Zane-minded. For more context, Zane, the head of the team at the time, is a pretty soft-spoken guy. So
No, don't. It's a trap. Well, the film industry does a lot of the working to get your foot in the door. So you work for no money to get your foot in the door. A lot of that happens. I don't think it's good at all, by the way, but that's just how it's been for like 100 years.
So, some would say the trap was getting a film degree.
Well, yes, but like, you know, you don't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, you know? Listen, man, at least I don't have to suck some old guy's penis. All right?
It's not yet.
Well, I'm not planning on it.
this is the maddest I've ever seen him.
What the Discord song? What is going on here? I like Ken Ashcorp's cover of it, personally, but
Do you mind if we take it from here, me and?
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, what the messages were a betrayal to the team that you claim to represent.
not the
I would
Daft
say-
Punk helmet. Dude, these people are literally so 2010s Tumblr. Like, but these were like the not fun people. These are like the ones that are like, the yaoi paddle is problematic. You know what? Actually, the yaoi paddle was problematic. Yeah, I'll say it. Probably shouldn't have been doing that to strangers at cons, guys.
Less so a betrayal to Rachel, still a betrayal though. But quite frankly, I'm insulted by what you chose to do.
There's an overlap of Daft Punk fans who are big Tumblr people, though. There's a huge like Tumblr fandom for that.
That you claimed to be representing.
What is this called? Is it just this random fluff shit over?
This is her letting one of her employees yell at another employee while she sits there silently.
Why I literally don't get paid for this, actually.
and you sat there and you lied to our face. Okay?
Somebody has
Now,
Facebook Messenger open. Please close that.
I'm fucking lost for words.
And the fact that I gave
What the fuck?
Dude, I can't imagine being a teenager because there was a 16-year-old working for her and two grown-ass people scolding me like this.
Yeah, that's true. Like if this, yeah.
Think that was okay. Like, how did you think you were helping? How? What the fuck have you got to say for yourself?
And then even now, I gave you the chance to come clean and say, "Is there anything you want to say?" And you didn't say anything. And you were denying it until I said, "I have access. I see everything."
Remember, guys, this is exposing a very serious rape. I swear there will be some rape in this rape review.
And pedophilia and zoophilia even. I swear.
Jesus.
And see that maybe your intentions were good, but there's absolutely no fucking denying the fact that by the end of that, not even by
I have to say this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's I'm gonna be so not soy right now, but it's really interesting how the Smaggle the Smaggle lisp transcends the seas. Like you can just hear autism by the lisp. I'm so sorry. Oh fuck.
the end of it, halfway through at the very least. There was no denying that. It's my problem. You claimed that you were doing this for us, and yet you sat there and lied to us.
Okay,
You lied to
I literally am not going to sit here and listen to you berate a stranger in your
This goes
rape
on for
video.
3 minutes.
This is
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh.
Don't worry,
23,
we got it.
26,
We
yeah.
got it. We got it. Hold on. I get it right at the end. There we go.
I'm lying to the rest of the team while you do it.
Part 1,
The
the
ultimate.
original incident with Chris. Something I also wasn't aware of is that Will made a
We're
statement
23
after
minutes
his team
in.
member-
It's one. We're finally on part 1.
Still.
For Boggs, you know, the one who was harassing me, was fired.
I think you've deserved every bad thing that happened to you. In fact, I hope when you're driving tomorrow that you go over a really big nail and you got to replace your tires. Okay? I hope you have a mild inconvenience that costs a small sum of money.
Diesel, what if I tell you she's now about to rehash all of the information you just heard?
Well, now it'll have her quintessential I love Kim Possible a lot spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mention me, or that there was any victim, or even what he did was bad. Will even calls him a great person. So, starting off on a real high note there.
He is no longer a member of DA Games. He's still a very good friend of ours.
I'm sorry, I
like,
need to
especially-
say this. Yeah. What are you a victim of? Okay. What Chris said is disgusting. I said this on my stream. I would have. This is like vile. I really don't like it. Yes, men, women, and NBs, they talk like this. But you literally have people who claim to be groomed, raped, and you are the biggest fucking victim in the room, where all your personal drama is the biggest thing in a fucking 2-hour video. You dumb bitch. You stupid bimbo.
I can't believe you've done this like 4 times.
Me, like, I will sometimes DM him. We'll be on.
Dude, the sound mixing on this is really bad. How do they have
terrible.
This is DA Games. They have 2 million subs. What is this, dude?
No, this is her sound mixing. The sound mixing in this video.
So the music is not in that video?
I think it may be, but like sound mixing overall in this video is ass.
Dude, this guy needs to be photoshopped as the Joker because he is
Well, I mean,
green.
I mean, he might be photoshopped as something else soon.
Tweeter, the big tweeter sometimes, but I'm not one for grudges. I don't do that. So don't think this was out of any bad, massive haste. Just a lot of back-end stuff that kind of conflicted with our channel. There's a lot of things that
Actively lying about why
didn't
Boggs
meet our
was
requirements.
fired. Aside from the person being 16?
The videos started getting worse and worse, but it was more or less just, I was pressuring him a lot. There was a lot of things he had to do, and there just wasn't enough taking time except for the situation that we were going through. Come to mention it, there was a lot of like things that maybe would have detrimented us in the long run if we would have kept this sort of conversation going. And I don't want to bring in logistics because that's not a thing that should, I don't want you hating the dude because he is a fantastic being. He just did a lot of wrong things, and we're all learning from him each and every.
Yeah, so I don't think there was any mistreatment, or I can't really explain.
I don't even think you actually have PTSD there. I'll say it. Right? Because if you're gonna sit around and constantly talk about the person who allegedly gave you PTSD, what you're just sitting around re-traumatizing yourself? I think you like it. I think you want people to think that you have all these problems so that way you can feel special. Like that's
Also, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say also incredibly interesting how she says he lied about Boggs, but that's a video, if I remember correctly, that's a video about Chris leaving DA Games. It's nothing to do with Michael Boggs. She fucking made a mistake in this video.
Dude, Michael Boggs.
The fucking Grim Reaper. He is the child. No, I almost said something I would have regretted.
He is the predator, the child predator.
He's a child rapist.
Explain why Chris would be so frustrated enough to do this. So I brought my friend James, who was on the team at the same time as Chris, to give some testimony.
Hi, I'm James. I used to work for KP and I was the head editor of her first team. I worked for her for about 2 to 3 years, and I was asked to give a statement on Chris's work ethic on the team. Chris, in particular, was an extremely good editor, usually doing stuff the rest of the team couldn't do. But he was inconsistent with time. I'm coming out about Chris because in his recent statement, Chris claimed mistreatment by being on the team, but as someone who was there, it just seemed like he had unhealthy and alternative motivations, and it was clear that he would often say more than he could deliver.
Do you think maybe he's compensating for something?
In particular, though, he often said more unsavory.
I actually put in another cutaway, and I think, you know, honestly, maybe World War III will start soon because I'm seeing what's happening in India right now and Pakistan. KP, it's actually your fault. Actually, you're starting World War III.
Do you think she'll win if she puts in one more cutaway?
You know, I think she needs one where it's what's his face turning around and looking at Jerry and Seinfeld and giving like a look. You know, she needs something from a show from the 90s, probably. You know, I'm just hedging my bets here, and that'll happen at some point.
Things. Either just jokes to be funny, or what usually felt more personal. This was never a paying gig, so it seemed that he was upset that it wasn't helping his career, money, or even romantic situation.
Okay, did she write this?
100%.
She 100% wrote this.
So from what I understand, anyone who read something out was given things.
This 100% reads like she definitely coached this statement.
Mm-hmm.
Because the romantic situation stuff, 100%.
Usually felt like he would push himself to be really good and then fell flat. Like he had ulterior motives and scoffed at other editors for their work to make himself look better, really honing in. He was oddly fixated on if KP liked or approved his work.
Guys, I really want to know whether or not my boss likes my work, but they don't ever speak to me, and I have to speak to some random fucking guy from Sweden on a Discord server in order to get an answer. Am I doing a good job? Just keep doing what you're doing.
Which, again, was...
Mirror one of the Fruit videos.
He also seemed to have a crush on KP. It seemed obvious.
This is such a coach statement. Oh my god.
Please, Fauci is the fruit star. What did I do? I know.
I can't mirror it.
Oh no, don't break the stream.
Yeah, I can't. It'll do it to both of them. So it'll just flip them both.
Sometimes he antagonized another team member to get her attention, and also downplayed it when talking with others. It was odd that he would feel unappreciated when he was acting out of his own will to help. Though not fully joining the team, he still committed to projects. Near when he left, it would be a lot of...
Weird, that sounds like what you used to say when you fired the miner.
Anti-Jewish semantics, such as...
Almost like it's the... Oh, anti-Jewish sentiments. Where was those? Anti-Semitism, the J question?
There hasn't been a single thing about her being Jewish up until this point.
I mean... Listen, in for a penny, in for a pound, but she's a little bit of a miser, if you know what I mean.
Jew won't pay us, or another, she's cheap, or she's the only one benefiting from this. But the reality is...
Is that the only reference to anti-Semitism in this whole video?
Yeah.
So she put that at the trigger warning.
His.
Okay.
It gets weird elsewhere.
Is she Jewish?
I don't fucking know. Do I care? Like, at this point, I don't even want her around.
Oh my god.
No one ever got paid. Often in private conversations, it would come up.
She is Jewish, yes. Yeah, I didn't want to say that I just think she's Jewish without somebody saying it first. I mean, I kind of ruined it by saying, yeah, she's probably Jewish. This has nothing to do with anything. And just know that I think anti-Semitism is very bad.
It's very, very bad. It's not. Please don't be racist towards anybody. And remember, racism is the intent behind
Why
your
are you
actions.
being anti-Semitic again? You know, it was just what happened with Ethan. This is something I must ask. Are the allegations against Saber Spark legitimate and should be taken seriously? You look like you're new. So, personally, I have been doing this for the last 4 hours, and no. And doubly so, the messenger of these is so bad and poisoning the well so much that we would never know anyway if they were real. But personally, I don't think that they're legitimate. Personally. Now that things could change. It did seem like he had a sexual encounter.
Mm-hmm.
But
I can, because this is public knowledge, at least from the Twitter side, the alleged accuser reached out to me. What I can say is they surely believe it happened. I'll be very honest. I'm going to say this with the understanding that an accuser deserves their privacy, that any victim deserves their privacy, especially when it's a public figure and not to be attacked. But, from what I was told privately by the person who propagated this brony fandom, they looked at their profile, saw who followed them, and who their character is, and believed them off rip. Which means this person is probably a part of the brony community at some capacity. Which means they are a public figure. You gotta do something. Like this. If you truly believe that there's something, that these allegations are very serious, open up. Just you're gonna have to do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's actually like a shitty thing.
There's
to say,
just
but you're
there's
gonna have
just
to do
too
it.
much missing from it right now, and like KP poisoned the well so much that it's just ridiculous. Well, Slug said it. I interviewed the person
Slug,
who made the video. It has been confirmed there was no evidence provided, and the woman who made the video verified it by taking it at face value.
Yeah, Slug, I was also told that privately as well. And when I asked the veracity and the veracity of investigation, the person told me, the Brony fandom person said, because it's run by two people, the other person was triggered and I was too suicidal to deal with it.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh. And then they said I made fun of them for being suicidal. Well,
I think you know the answer. You should do it. That is a joke. That is a joke.
Shy about bringing it up during group conversations, and this is if he attended any meetings at all. We were a little intimidated by his status to bring this up to KP at the time, though. Chris ultimately left the team with almost no word. His work ethic dropped dramatically over the months we were all there. Overall, his experience was wanted, helpful, but inconsistent.
Diesel, as a side note, the Op Block chat has figured out a safer work way of telling people to do a certain thing. Play Persona 3.
Play Persona 3. That's just like asking them to play a fun game for a long time.
Do you know what happens if you do a Persona 3?
What do you do?
Do you know how they summon the things in Persona 3? Do you know how they summon the personas in Persona 3?
I thought they just make it appear.
No. So in Persona 3, they use something called an invoker. And the invoker looks a lot like a firearm, and they point it at their temple.
Oh, okay. All right.
To being
No, I've
unsafe with
seen that.
minors.
I've seen
If
that.
this video was just about Chris making up a gross story about me a while ago, I can see the argument for why bring this up now. But things end up extending to more actions that are questionable and make it seem like these people can't really be trusted around children. We have a testimony of a minor who Chris made uncomfortable by mentioning bestiality to.
Okay,
Here's that
time
story.
out. We have looked at this document. I have personally looked at this document. This is testimony alone. I know there's some people from the DA games community in my Discord who may see this. Guys, I'm going to be honest. You can't, like, it's a fucking VC you didn't record. It's the internet is going to, it's not going to, it didn't happen. To the rest of the internet, it didn't happen. The other stuff, very convincing about Will. This,
Well, this is just like she felt like her allegation against Chris might not be enough, so she needs to like pretty it up with something else. And so she got information from someone and decided to run with it. But we don't know if it's true. And also, I don't know if the lady who Michael Boggs should be doing the glass houses with the miners thing. But okay.
Oh, that'll come up again.
She's chosen to be left anonymous for obvious reasons, but more about that in the interview.
Back in late 2018, I was in a voice chat with Chris, Will, and one other person who I cannot remember. They were another fan, so it isn't very relevant as to who they were. I was 14 at the time. I do not remember how the conversation got to this point, but at one point, Chris made a joke about me being into bestiality, specifically using the term bestiality, which I didn't understand at the time. I simply responded being confused about the joke, and Chris seemed to find that
There's
funny.
like this the new like list of kids coming onto the internet these days. It's like they've never had their gold taken in RuneScape or whatever the fuck. Like I don't.
Okay, so this is my thing, and I will say this very honestly, very openly, and I think that this is the problem. This is the constant problem, and why the Brony fandom is filled with pedophiles. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. The animation community thinks it's okay to have minors in their Discord. It is the most frustrating thing known to man. You are adults. You should not have minors in your Discord. If you make a fucking joke about pissing and shitting, you shouldn't have a fucking minor in your Discord. I am tired of seeing motherfuckers being like, you know what? I can parent these children better than their own fucking parents. You know what you should do when you actually invite a fucking minor in their Discord? Call their mom and dad and be like, hey, they're around adults. I really want to see what the fuck they do to you, you stupid bitch.
That worked really well for Lyle Cowboy.
Listen, at least he had the balls to call somebody's parent.
My camera was on. They were using a third-party tool to have cameras with voice chats at the time, and I had met Will sometime before to voice chat in
Wow,
person.
this
They
must
had
have been a billion years ago. What the fuck?
Yeah, this was
before video calls on Discord. Holy shit!
So this was like, from what I understand, I believe Anon is now over the age of 18. From what I know.
To have
I know
known
some
I
of them
was
are
underage.
some of the people who are featured in this video are in my Discord, and I promised them, to the best of my abilities, we would investigate the DA game stuff and try to include their testimony the correct way, not like this.
This by itself is not that awful, simply weird. But together with everything else that has happened and what these people have done, I think it's important to share as it shows a pattern of people in and around DA games creating an unsafe environment.
There was also an incident in WallyCon, where sexual images of cartoon characters that are children and accidentally...
Please don't skip. Or take this off screen.
No!
Take it off screen! Because she flashes it sometimes! And I don't know if this is the moment!
Why?
exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly to test a bot, WallyCon is already subjective in nature in the first place, as people can make the argument that these are
Oh
fictional
my
characters
god,
and not
thank
real
god
children,
that's not on
but I don't think anyone
stream.
would argue that maybe...
No fucking way. Oh my god. She might as well have not fucking censored that.
And I want to say, from what I understand, that is from the DA Games document.
Diesel, why are you being
that
into coffee pods?
it's poorly censored. I listen. Recensor it. You're a YouTuber. You know better.
Holy shit. Oh, what's even I'm sorry, not to, again, I don't care. I really don't care. But by her standards, she does goon to Kim Possible. Again, not my personal standard. I don't fucking care. But for her, she fucking cares a lot. So womp womp.
We shouldn't be letting children see sexual imagery. The big problem with that, besides the incident happening...
There's
in the first-
another one. Hold on. There's something else. She shows like a porn site or something.
That's later in the video.
Let me double check the timestamp on that. Yeah. 28:52.
Oh shit, is it here too? Oh, fuck.
There's a dick pic at 31 minutes in.
There is a dick pic. There is a dick pic. Yep.
place is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing. But instead the threads were...
Hey, what the fuck?
I told you! It keeps happening!
Chat, I can't even begin to tell you how outrageous it was that she included
All right,
this.
chat, I need to explain to you. It is the Octolings and the Squid Kids doing the nasty. Allegedly, Amy Rose and Sonic are finally, consummating their relationship. There's some other characters.
There was some that was like
it
was very brief, but it was like Hatsune Miku, but like 4 years old.
Yes, Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku, 4 years old.
Sounds kind of sus to me. Oh, it gets worse. Part 2, Will Ryan is a textbook pedo and probably very unstable person. Sorry, yo. If that all isn't a big deal, then child grooming is bad, right?
Well, no shit.
So enter player 1 in this case, the YouTube channel DA Games. For those who aren't aware, DA Games is a YouTube channel that makes a variety of content, including Let's Plays, their own animation, and fandom-inspired music.
The dick pic is in a minute, but I think I got it.
Will Ryan, Cosmic Keyframe or Chrissy, and Sean Webby. Will himself is problematic for a bunch of reasons, not limited to dating a minor in 2015 when he was 23.
Okay.
And that's shady.
Okay, I have to pause. This is going to be a fucking annoying thing to say. This is your fucking Falgi is pissed off that he has to say this. Will Ryan is from the UK, which means 23 and 17 is A-okay there. I hate you, UK people. I hate you so much, from what I understand.
Yeah, so it wasn't a crime that he was committing in his country.
And just so everybody
Just to
knows,
reiterate.
and just so everybody knows, every British person I've ever talked to still considers those people nonces.
Yeah.
They still do that.
It's still socially considered weird to do that. That's fucking strange. But he didn't technically commit a crime.
At best. Here are the screen caps. These are great. I guess you can be Jerry Seinfeld, who dated a 17-year-old when he was 38.
Dude, she's such a millennial.
Oh, no. You haven't seen it yet, Diesel. Let it play.
Oh, my God.
So, what are you gonna do later?
I got a date with Nikki.
Oh, yeah, she's a beauty.
And she's also 17.
Bold and beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the big advantage of dating a high schooler. If you're going out with someone your own age.
Why did this guy do this? Why did the VA do this? Is he crazy?
They were only given things to read, and she was trustworthy.
You can't take advantage of it.
I suppose.
Oh, come on. That's a huge feature. Think about it. She's so young, she doesn't realize I'm a predator.
Jerry,
Yes?
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Oh, that's okay.
What?
No, it's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else. Sure. There are plenty of high schools in New York City. It's fine. Anyway, it's been really nice grooming you for a while. I'm gonna go scope out a Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, that line was pretty good. It's been really nice grooming you for a while. But to be honest, she is capitalizing off of the back of Seinfeld, which is much funnier.
I know.
I know.
Yeah, you too.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
Dating anyone 18 falls into a legally gray area depending on what...
Dating anyone 18? What?
This stupid bitch! No, okay? We need to... 18 is the age of consent in like 31 states, right? Or that's some number. I don't care. You can date an 18-year-old. Am I gonna look at you sideways? Yeah, but
I can't believe it. He was dating a 20-year-old minor. She was born yesterday.
She was freshly 23. It's like, listen, like sure, an 18-year-old and a 50-year-old is very fucking weird, very fucking creepy. But this is a weird misogyny. When you make this argument, I am going to go into like the ethics of the internet and gender relations. When you make this argument, you are being inherently misogynistic towards 18-year-old and 19-year-old women who choose to have those types of relationships, who are totally normal. Again, that's their prerogative. I think they shouldn't do it. I think it's kind of yucky. And if an 18-year-old wants to date like a 23-year-old, it's not a problematic age gap.
State or country you're in. But the general rule of thumb is anyone 18 should not be dating anyone who's younger than 18. That's the internet law. I looked it up. Part 2.5.
Guys, he's basically a lawyer, you know.
Grooming. But the most problematic of all of this is minors straight up being groomed in their public spaces.
I'm sorry, if you're gonna talk about this video where you're like yada yada grooming, yada yada rape, yada yada blah blah blah, all this stuff, why would you censor grooming and then not censor the word grooms? Is grooming inherently more problematic than grooms?
Yeah.
Who you'll hear from in a second was
and we censor victims.
old when someone around 19 years old started sending.
It made her sound like she just said the N-word. I ain't gonna lie. It sounded like she said, like with the R at the end, it sounded like she said the N-word.
Them self-harm pictures. Censored screenshots are on screen. It's not a fun video.
Oh wait, the hog's showing up. Hold on. Let me
The
double
hog
check
is
the
about to
time.
show up. The hog is about to show up. The hog is about to show
Wait, we
up.
should have. Okay, yeah. Hold on.
Just take it off screen.
Andrew was pressured to help this individual and manipulated to break up with their current partner at the time. This escalated to nude photos.
Whoa! I'm sorry. I paused.
That's not poking, guys. It's the head of a penis just saying hi. It's winking at you. Ah! It's just a full cock.
God. Oh boy, that was bad. That wasn't censored well at all.
No.
It was just like a little square, you know.
Well, I mean, it was little, to be fair. Like, the guy wasn't really.
Yeah, okay. Unironically, yeah, it was kind of little, but we were looking at it head on. You know, we were staring down the barrel of a gun.
Oh.
Stage a suicide attempt and blame. Then came back and faked memory
All right,
loss.
stop censoring it. You showed hog. All right, lady. I'm a little afraid. Hold on, let me double check the timestamps again. All right, we're good for a little bit. We're good for a little bit.
Yeah. There may also be like a mention of self-harm scars, but that's
was
I don't
blocked
think it's that
completely.
bad.
And how was it handled in the DA Games server? Contacted Will about the situation, who sympathized privately but didn't do anything publicly. But like, what's accountability for exposing minors to a predator? And just left the space on his own. Eventually had to make his own Twitter thread with screenshots to prove the account was true. I mean, come the fuck on. The least you could have done was ban
So the guy showed hog, and then they didn't kick him from the server. Is that?
So it was DMs from what I understand.
Okay.
And it's unsure from the messages she showed on screen if DA Games was fully aware of the level of grooming. Now, I am going to say that I do think it's pretty fucking abhorrent to not investigate it. I don't know if I was as nice, because I did read the DMs and I'm like, it seemed like the person didn't share anything until the public call out, and that's like in a response to it. We don't see any, because like it's in response to the public call out from what I can tell.
Okay.
You could check the dates again if I'm not entirely sure. It's just the message.
Afraid to go back and accidentally flashbang the stream.
You know, you're not gonna flashbang us with cock. It's fine. Yeah. So yeah, right there. I think it's that.
Yeah.
Was it handled in the DA Games server?
If you pause it here, so that's a 9/11. Ah! Many things happen on 9/11.
Hey, I didn't want to do this publicly because I don't want people to know the whole Twitter thing is about me, but yeah, it's about me. I get that you don't want this. So did they never go to a mod about it?
I don't. you would have to see when the Twitter post is made mention to, but I don't actually know. I don't think so. This is in relation to the fact that the Twitter post, it appears to be, if my reading of the statements are correct, are the Twitter post got shared in the Discord and they deleted it because obviously of what was inside of it.
Yeah.
And again, I don't agree. I'll be very honest. I don't agree with the fact that they did not investigate it, and the veracity of the claims are very credible. And again, I don't like minors in the Discord. This is obviously why, but I don't know how well this was handled. And again, I'm not blaming a child. I want to make that very clear.
Contacted Will about the situation, who sympathized privately but didn't do anything publicly. But like, what's accountability for exposing minors to a predator?
Oh wait, perfect example. Wait, go back, because you could actually see it. If you go back like a couple seconds or like a frame, if you see in the bottom right-hand corner of the video, he is specifically referencing on the same day the public post.
Yeah, on the same day.
So this is after it.
Yeah.
Anything publicly. But like, what's accountability for exposing minors to a predator? And just left.
So then they would have never known about this to do anything and remove the predator.
Yeah.
So, when there's an issue, go to the mods. That's also a public service announcement for anybody in either of the servers, for Block or myself.
Yeah, just don't crash out in their DMs because you published a really bad video and now you're sad about it.
On his own. Eventually had to make his own Twitter thread.
November 8th, 2022.
Oh, it was 11/9 because they're UK fuckers. That's how
Okay. So they made the post and then they DM'd them.
Yeah.
With screenshots to prove the account was true. I mean, come the fuck on. The least you could have done was ban a pedophile. The bare minimum, what's that? Let me be clear. This isn't only Will's fault. It's everyone involved in the company, including the people I named before. And I know rent is a thing, but sacrificing putting children at risk because you don't want to publicly speak out about...
Hey, remember that time you exploited a child labor? I wonder what your state would say about exploiting a child.
Such a walking contradiction. It's beautiful. It is. She's really funny.
Yeah, it's true.
Holy shit.
This behavior and threaten your livelihood, and because you don't want to go to college, is just shitty and selfish.
Oh, you are just the worst type of person.
Dude, these are, what is this? These are videos for people with fucking ADHD or something? Jar does this too. I hate this. This style of like formatting is just terrible, dude. And also, you just make more work for yourself because everybody's gonna ding you for copyright.
Next is and his friend Pixel
So
talking
where
about
is
problematic
Saber
behavior in
Spark?
the video games community and the situation at large. Welcome to the No
4.5 hours,
I have
no
two
Saber
people with
Spark.
me who have previous personal or professional experiences with DA games in the past, and they made a document about it a year ago. But I brought them on to share their personal stories in audio form, so it's a bit easier to digest, as well as to provide some context to these things, and that these are real people. I promise.
She's feeling more and more like Timu Blair. That's a really great way to put it.
That's
you guys introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna really easily understand this. Okay, thank you. Actually, okay. Jesus Christ.
I was a fan since 2018 until I became friends with.
Dude, fucking Darth Vader got groomed in a DA Games Discord server. Crazy.
I know they do this. Hey, Pixel. So one of the individuals who's actually in this call is actually in chat right now.
Oh boy.
Yep.
If that's your persona, I think it's cool, personally.
Yeah.
One of the DA Games owners in, I want to say 2020, 2021, I'm not sure. I was commissioned by him in late 2022 to make a concert outfit, but that's really all I got. Well, that's all I have when it comes to my relation to him. We were friends, but not really.
So you had a professional relationship with Will?
Yeah, I was commissioned once, but that's about it.
Okay, so Pixel, what's your background?
So I was a fan in 2018 to 2023, and I was a fan artist in a server. I did a lot of general fan art and just general art interpretations of his stuff, and I never worked with him like professionally, but I was friends with him during 2023, and we DM'd pretty often for a couple months. Like, we talked in VCs and stuff.
How did that start? Did he notice your fan art and start DMing you, or what?
It was kind of interesting. He was friends with first, And other than the DA game server, there was another friend server that he was
So this
in,
video was
and it's-
supposed to be out in December of last year. Yes, that was the other thing too. This video got delayed for reasons, but I feel like she cut a bunch of videos together. That's why it feels very disjointed.
I mean, would you preferred like 4 videos litigating each drama or 1 video litigating every drama?
My 9-hour stream says just multiple.
Oh my god. Fuck.
When we reach it, I will send you a clip from the stream. It's just quite screaming into his microphone. It's hilarious.
Please don't make the connection of Jar with KP, because that means the connection between Jar and Lily Orchard can be made.
I mean, listen.
Hello, my name is Amanda Waller, and I'm putting together a team. Here at Task Force X, I'm putting together something known as a Suicide Squad.
Amanda Waller just presses the button immediately. Problem solved.
the topic of me came up when he was DMing, and he noticed that I wasn't on his friends list, and he was just kind of confused about that. And so it was just
They wouldn't be the Suicide Squad, they'd be the Creature Clan.
No! Greg!
Oh yeah, I lost my mod role after answering questions last stream. Apparently I caused the team harm and incitement and harassment, according to her.
Yes. So as a part of getting individuals who were ready to leak and discuss information about the DA game server, it appears that KP made victims mods at one time. And again, incredibly inappropriate if you're reporting on them. This is as the nicest way possible. Like it's a line. There's a line.
It's a conflict of interest.
Yes. Like, listen, if you want to join a community after getting your story reported, that's a different story. But like, ugh.
Well, the thing is just this entire thing is just KP abusing stuff that other people had for her own personal self-gain, which is really shit. I mean, I've been saying that the whole stream, on top of her saying, you know, the only reason, again, we're 34 minutes into this video, and there's no fucking Saber Spark, whatever. And that's like the most recent allegation. It's what people would click on the video to hear about.
Yeah.
And we're just never getting to that. Like, we're still sitting here litigating stuff that she has a personal axe with.
He thought we were friends already, and so it was around early 2023 that I accepted his friend request, and we started DMing from there. I think we officially started a conversation after an incident with his friend Inu. She was like harassing me for like 2 hours, and I had that conversation with Will. I was like, your friend is doing this, and this is what happened, and here's a conversation that we had. And after that, we just started having normal conversations.
So I guess Will does this where he'll just take people from the fan server and try to build a personal connection?
Yeah. So there's actually this second server that a lot of his friends, including like Lala and Inu, are in. That sometimes just some people get invited to, I guess.
KP just hit a bong and chilled out.
I know. Again, I also want to point out, like, this is like I guess an important thing to note. From what I could tell, this was not Will's personal server, but somebody else's personal server. Still don't have minors in a server.
Yeah. I mean, but making friends with minors and adding to another server like that is fucking wild. I understand though that fans might become friends with the creator and it might, like, you know, like, that's whatever, but like minors, brother.
Okay, I guess from what I'm getting at so far is there seems to be a lack of boundaries. Not that it's a bad thing to make friends with fans or anything, but I feel like it's almost competitive if you.
But didn't you nickel and dime? Wait, no, you have to be nickeling and diming that later though because of the Saber Spark stuff. So, like, even saying that now, if you double back on that later, it's not gonna fucking matter. And I know you are because the document would require you to do that.
It's just it's
for people he likes that are
Yeah.
also in the fan server.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, so what happened for me was...
Dude, this voice modulator is fucking driving me up a fucking wall.
If you want to finish, you gotta speed it. I'm gonna tell you that now. Yeah, that's a friend server that needs to be established. There was an NSFW chat in there for a while. Yes, I want to go over that when we get there because I have a problem with some some of the things that Will has said from that.
Before I was invited to that server. So because I had a mutual friend with Will, me and Lala, I was invited there. It's officially Lala's server, but it mostly gets used for Will stuff.
What exactly is in the server? Is it just like personal jokes or a similar layout to the other server, but just kind of private?
It's supposed to be a friend group server, but it's really centered around Will.
Yeah, they had this rule where if you weren't active enough, you'll get kicked. And if you can go to VCs, you'd have to explain yourself, like, oh, I can join VC today because of X, Y, and Z. And generally, from my experience, a lot of people had to cater to Will. Like,
That's very insane.
It's insane, but if it's also a personal... Okay, I will say this. If it's also a personal server, it sounds like Lala made that decision. I can't put it on Will because that's not Will writing it. This is like one of the points. Listen, the DA games people, I like you guys. You know, let's chill out with other stuff. But like, unfortunately, Will didn't write this. We can't attribute this to Will.
going back and joining the server in general, they used to let people in pretty generally, but then they just kind of restricted access. Like, the only reason I got in there was because she actually invited me in there. A few times she actually gave out invites, but it's technically a friend server, but they have, like, not official events, but they do VC a lot. Sometimes for, like, days, and they just generally expect you to be active a lot.
So it seems to me like the whole point of the server is for Will to talk to people and get validation. Is that it?
Yeah.
It's always the most uncharitable way that she forms things too.
Hot take. We made a fucking Discord server. I love when you guys talk to me and talk me up. It's great. Just none of you are minors.
Yeah, I mean, I love my audience glazing me, but Jesus Christ.
I remember this one time that me and a friend...
Just don't goon in my VCs, please. Or give birth in my VC. Or have sex in my VC. Just don't do any of those things.
Honestly, don't go into VC. Okay.
Don't go into VC. Well, that makes it sound like you will be gooned upon.
No!
Hellraiser 4 was one of the worst Hellraiser movies. We were like cracking jokes and stuff, and like an hour in, Will joined and he got upset because we were talking over the movie when he didn't even choose to watch it. We did.
Were there any minors in the server?
Yes.
Yeah, there were.
I'm not gonna say names, but I remember there being like several at least.
So I guess it's kind of questionable that he made a separate server to invite mostly fans of his main server, which I guess is the worst thing in the world, obviously. But it's things like the boundaries that are...
What if I mute? That's exactly what happened the first time somebody gooned in VC.
Oh, fucking cool.
They messed up and unmuted by accident for 1 second.
Rules as far as VCing that are weird, and the fact that there were minors in there. Were there inappropriate jokes and stuff like that?
Yeah, there used to be an NSFW chat even, and like people just shared our kinks in there and stuff. I remember this. It got deleted eventually, but it was weird. Like the time I was in there and the chat still existed. I was a minor at the time. I think. I don't remember exactly. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Why you should never have an NSFW chat in any of your fucking servers, especially if you have kids in there.
Yup.
You can't, because like the
It's
thing
like a
is,
little
like,
black book, dude. Don't do it.
It's not even just that. It's like you like if you're not like
are you saying
actively
I'll get
hyper
gooned on if I
aware
go in the VC?
of...
So why are you and Falgi in
You
a VC
know!
together with no one else?
Fucking Pogger's pussy. There we go. No, but like if you're not actively aware of which roles do what, you could fuck up. That's why you just don't ever have it.
Jokes in front of minors, and no one seems to be willing to do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes they, like for forever now, I want to say they refuse to even acknowledge that there are minors in their audience.
Yeah, I remember that. When the first version of Doc dropped, we were bringing up the point that he was trying to into minors and talking about things that younger kids shouldn't be hearing, and he relies a lot on his fan base for personal support. There's an entire channel in that server dedicated to just giving him specifically support, and the entire movement server is dedicated by how he's feeling that day. And when we mentioned that in our document, like, hey, he's trauma dumping, he's talking about all these horrible things without a filter to these people, and people were giving the excuse, well, they're older teens, they're like this age, when in reality the age range was like, it was a lot broader.
I will say, changing your status on Discord every day to be like, I'm feeling disinterested today. This guy needs to touch some grass. I ain't gonna lie.
Or prison.
Or
bars, I don't
or
fucking
prison.
know.
Or himself.
No, he was touching himself. That's the problem, Diesel.
Oh my god. Stop. I'm running out of steam for this. This is starting to kick my ass. This is
I
usually
told
as
you!
long as I go. I might have to. I think I need to do it on a stream.
I told you!
I don't know how you did 9 hours straight. I really don't.
It was gumption and a lot of energy drinks.
Oh my god. Chat, I can't do it anymore. I'm tired. I can't.
You fuck!
It's really
I told you!
It's really exhausting. I'm gonna spend time off stream and continue getting caught up and touching base with the op block. and all the ops, so that way I know what I'm talking about. Please make sure to subscribe to the op block if you haven't as well. Shout out to Fauci for helping with this. Please tag the channel in the chat, mods. Give them all the love. Yeah, fucking bro clocking out before we get to Saber Spark. It's been 4 hours, 40 minutes, motherfucker, all right? Go back and watch the content, bitch.
No. 4 more hours, Diesel. 4 more hours.
I am not doing 4 more hours of this, okay? I need to lay down because I need to get up in the morning.
Oh, same.
Good night, guys.
Good night, chat.